Our safety is to hide in Thee. Thy blessed redemption now we claim, and life received through Jesus' name. Immortality, immortality. No darkness can be found in Thee, and into every trusting heart Thou dost the light and life impart. Immortality, immortality, immortality is Jesus' gift to me. Life and light divine through the blood of mine, and endless victory. doubt or fear. You cannot know defeat or loss with Christ our captain near. Stand firm, be not afraid, courageous, not dismayed. Oh, one with God must always win against the host of sin.
Alrighty. Figured I'd pop on for a little while, so I don't think I'm gonna be hanging out too late tonight. Haven't been sleeping good ever since I've been fucking StreamYarding. So anyway, you know, if you're interested in hosting a critique of Dr. Greg Bonson sometime, unbelievers can't touch him. Is this absolutely, man? I fucking love Greg Bonson. I even was after Will had talked about that. I had I kind of did a little watching a couple of videos on people trying to dispute Bonson, and I was not really satisfied at all with the, you know, I think Bonson's right. So, anyways, yeah, dude, if that's you, JG, come on in, man. We'll totally do a review. But you know, as soon as you pop in here, Will's gonna want to pop in here. So, anyways, that's cool though, man. Because I've watched a couple of videos on people arguing against it. And yeah, I still think they are incorrect. But anyhow, so let me just do this. Go to where's my. I'll watch a video until people want to come on in here. Let's see. Is this the one? Yes. Go with it.
The reason I wrote it is because
Oh, no.
I was challenged actually by a friend.
This is not the one I want. Let's do with the Sinaiticus fake.
You love the King James Bible tonight?
I do.
Somebody said one time, you guys are a bunch of bibliolaters. You worship the Bible. Well, that's not true. We worship the author of the Bible.
Amen.
Praise the Lord. What a blessing to be here tonight. What a blessing to have Brother David Daniels with us. He's the director of Chick Publications. And, I love these speakers. All three of these speakers are excellent. And one thing I really like about Brother Daniels, he does a good job, in my opinion, of taking information, material that would otherwise be boring, and he has a way of just making it interesting and fun. And I appreciate that. That's a good teacher for you. And so what a blessing to have Brother Daniels. At this time, let's give our attention to Brother David Daniels. Amen. God bless you, brother.
God bless you. Get my fun little button. Can you see it all? There we go. How we know Sinaiticus is a fake. I'm not going to do what you expect, so just throw that one out right now. Do you like this? This is actually a gun case. It's to disguise your gun as the Holy Bible. And I really disguised it because I put a Holy Bible inside it. So that really confuses them all. Nobody's going to steal this one. I got it for myself. Are you glad you have the words of God? Okay, so if this is the words of God and anything disagrees with it, anything that disagrees with it is a fake. Isn't that easy? Okay, I'm going home. No. There's a lot more to it than that. How do we know Sinaiticus is a fake? Well, I'm going to do something very different. First, I'm going to tell you a false history. Okay? The funny thing about this false history, it's the one that almost everyone has ever heard. Then I'm going to tell you a true history that I had to pull together because, again, I get to work at Chick Publications, and Jack said, you're going to do the work, and I'm going to give you the time to do it. And you can still work here and do this and still write tracks and do the other things, but then also do these books. And before he passed away, he says, you will keep on working on the King James Bible, won't you? Yes, I will, sir. So just so you know, Jack Chick and I were like this. We're one in our goals and one in our direction. And when we messed up, we messed up together. When we fixed it together. When we prayed together. We saw Harry Potter together. I took notes. 13 pages. All right, so my
What's
point
up,
is,
William?
I love to research. I love to find answers.
So yeah, JG, let's have at it, man. Let's fucking go at will tonight, because I listened to some other videos on the tag argument and all of that stuff, and yeah, man, I still think Bonson's in the right on this one. So yeah, that would be awesome to have JG, me, Will getting down and dirty in the deep stuff. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm gonna let the video play until people start popping in. Where New Me and Spider can be goofballs tonight.
Answers, but I don't find the answers everybody else finds. My boss, Ron, says I'm weird that way.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
don't see things the way everybody sees them.
Later then.
So enjoy. How we know Sinaiticus is a fake? What's the first thing you guys see right there in front of you? Do those two look the same color? Yes or no? No. So anybody know when the one on on your left, when do you think that one left St. Catherine's Monastery? Anybody know already from reading the books? What year? 1844, did I hear? Who said that? Raise your hand. You are absolutely right, sir. He went out in 1844, went to the king of Saxony. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. What about the other one? What year did it go out? 1859. Everybody knows that one. That's nice. See, the nice thing, well, good. It means you're actually looking. See, it wasn't on the previous one, but it's on this one. Good. I'm glad you, well, at least you're participating. And you're learning something. If you didn't know before, you know now. Isn't that awesome? See, I'll do anything to make you learn it. When I studied evolution under Dr. David Jacobs at UC Irvine, he said, I will lie, cheat, and steal to get you to understand evolution. And so whenever he left the room, I retaught it to the kids. I had so much fun showing the errors in his thoughts. It was really fun. I am just not sane. Okay, so here's the official story. In 1844, you have Constance von Tischendorf. Von, he loved that Von. Oh, he just vaunted his Von. Once he got a Von, I'm a Von now. He really did. I'm not kidding. I'm really not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. He visits St. Catherine's Monastery at Mount Sinai and spots a bunch of manuscripts destined to the fire. In what? In, I don't know. Do you know that this day nobody can find the bin that it was supposed to be in? I found testimonies about it. I found people saying, well, I saw that bin. It was moved over here to here. And nobody has a picture of it. I've been checking and looking and I can't find it. So there's a bin. It was something like, it was round, okay? It was round. It was supposedly filled with manuscripts. One looks very old. Here, let's modify it here. Let's try that one. How about that? And he pulls out a bunch of sheets, and then one set of them is in ancient Greek. Ooh, he's excited. And they see his excitement, so they only let him have a third of those sheets because he got too excited and he learns this lesson. He'll never do that again, okay? Anybody remember this story? Raise your hand if you ever remember hearing this story. See, everybody heard this story who's ever heard about the manuscripts in Sinaiticus. Then he takes those 43 folia. You take a sheet, like a sheet on your bed, it's long and wide, right? Think of that as a book sheet, is the same thing. And over at Chick Publications, same thing, it's wide, okay? Then you fold it into folia. Folio means leaf. There, you learn Latin. Aren't you happy? All right, so you got now folded like this, you have 2 folia. You folded it into 2, you have 2 folia. And each one has a front and a back. That's really helpful. A recto and a verso. Recto and a verso. Front and a back, front and a back. Those are pages. So one sheet is 2 folia, is 4 pages. All make sense? Good. Because even Tischendorf didn't get it right. Okay, so he takes those 43 folia to Frederick Augustus II, the king of Saxony. And he takes them and he locks them away. Those become what I call the CFA, because it's a lot shorter than Codex Frederico Augustinus. And however pronounce that, and somebody will tell me I got it wrong because I did it on purpose. It got the CFA going there, and it's sitting there in a vault or wherever it is that Frederico decided to keep it. So Frederick Augustus has got this thing in Saxony. So that means, can Tischendorf touch it at that point? Well, no. Not unless he needs to use for one thing. He did one thing for it. He copied it off, and I have that. It took me 8 months to get a hold of it, but I actually have, out of a university, they scanned it for me, and I have the CFA, and which is cool because there's a guy who says, oh, it looks like this. It has this many pages. And I said, I have it. And they know it doesn't. So the official story there is Tischendorf came back in 1853 trying to get a hold of that thing. I want to get those remaining pages from the wastebasket because they were going to burn it for fire. I can't tell you the rest. I got to get to it. The official story, he wants more. He comes back in 1853. Do you see that kind of circle looking thing? I kind of did a shady kind of lighter moat around that little thing. It said he found this like bookmark. And actually, later on, I'm going to tell you more about that bookmark. That's a very famous bookmark. But he supposedly found this bookmark of a page of Genesis 24. And that's all he found. But when he came back in 1859, almost ready to quit, then they present him with the Codex Sinaiticus. And all the extant parts are right there wrapped in a red cloth. Oh, isn't it beautiful? And then he takes that and he goes off to Russia, and little by little it gets to England, and now everybody can see that, Westcott and Hort get to see it, and that's the story. I'm going fast on purpose because you mostly know this story. That's the story. Here's what really happened. I'm going to give you a completely different history. I'm not going to start in the same place, from the same place, to the same place, with the same things. I'm going to come from a place completely different. Let's go back to the 1700s to set the matter straight. I'm going to place this in simple chronological order. So on the top of each page here, I'm going to put the date.
What up, Leslie?
Oh, hey, and you're okay to just listen to that a while, although he mentioned evolution, so I wanted to talk to you kind of on an empty thing because you're usually crowded. You know, after that debate, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, and they say I get all excited or talk fast, but you know, I'm from New York. I don't talk as fast as New Jerseyites. But, you know, I don't have this slow southern draw. I'm trying to keep this slow, but another one on the evolution, the first thing was he told you about some layering and this and that, and I'd like to claim and maybe think about this a while because it doesn't make it the right claim, but our God could have done this in the blink of an eye. That's not what he said. He said he did it in stages and over time. And that's what we see in the archaeological record. And now we go to the Jesus stuff. You know?
So and I don't the Bible, though, says that he did it in 6 days and rested on the 7th.
No problem with that.
Yeah,
that's not about here, and that's cool. You know, you go to Jesus. But no, he had this whole ecological, and how do you explain that? Because this is evolution. That there's these lower life forms, and then another level, we have all these other life forms, and how, you know, there's this other level. Well, you know, God could have done this in the blink of an eye. But that's not what he says. He said he did it in stages and over time.
So you're claiming then that, you know, if God wanted to, boom, he could have snapped his fingers and the whole thing was finished.
Yeah, and that's a way to maybe debate that type of, because it's kind of narcissistic, you know, that they're throwing that at you. And yet, because this is all directed right out of the Bible, it's a way they've taken what we see and twisted the Bible. And we're going to twist it back. It's not just me, and you think about that for the night. You might answer the question the same way or come up with a better idea. You know?
Well, I mean, but that's their whole argument, though, is that they don't believe that God is real. So that's why you got to do better than that to prove that there's a God. And I mean, that's just the way they go about it.
He did it in stages and over time, and that's what we see in that record.
I believe he did it in 6 days. The world was perfect. There was no death. The fall of man, death entered in. Shit got so bad over over 1,000 years, roughly like 1,200 years, up to the flood or whatever it is. And then, you know, at that point before the flood, it says that, you know, all of man was corrupt. There was evil in their heart continually.
So okay, 6 stages then.
Yeah, they were out of control. But yeah, he did it. He created everything in 6 days. That's the biblical narrative. And I believe it because, you know, God is showing you.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly accurate, and we could maybe debate that. I didn't really care to get into debate. I don't have a lot of power. I just wanted to throw that at you, that's a way to answer some of that, to try to give them something and then go on to the Jesus stuff. I think you did good holding on to Jesus. Everybody else is going to bitch, complain, cuss, swear. You know, you stuck to Jesus, and let's, you know, even if it's just for one, the word doesn't go out in vain. So.
Well, I mean, I'm just, that is how do you get around this guy Jesus who claimed to be God? If he's telling the truth, then there's no such thing as evolution. I'm sorry.
You know, and I believe that too, but, you know, I don't need to take that broad of a line maybe in my discussions because I run a lot of debate groups, or used to. They all got shut down mostly, but because we're not allowed to talk like this anymore in some of them. But, evolution could be part of what part of evolution, because part of evolution is absolutely right. I heard you talk earlier, right, about, no,
adaptation and all of that. Sure.
yeah, adaptation, and there's no cow that came from a chicken, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's not exactly what you said. That's what you said.
There's no, I'm just saying, I don't see common ancestry in this.
We're not missing just one missing link. We're missing all of them. We are missing what became a cow, what became a dog, what became a horse, what became a lion, what became
everything. I know, but they claim that they do.
You go back to these farthest dimensions of time that we have in the archaeological record, was like insects and stuff, and the spiders, the arachnids are arachnids. The ants are there, and they're ants. There's dragonflies. And 65 million years they didn't change. Oh, actually, it's more than that. Oh, that was another one I wanted to tell you. There's a book out there. It's not mine. I don't even know the people, but it's called A Bird Walk with God, 65 million years ago, or A Bird Walk, 65 million years ago. And this was before they found chickens in them layers. But you would find, if you were there with a T-Rex, you would find ducks, you would find loons, you would find all these birds too. And so there's some glitches in what they're teaching as far as evolution. It doesn't support the archaeological record either.
Well, have you ever watched any of Don Patton's stuff? Dr. Don Patton's, he's an archaeologist, and
I don't remember that name, but I like you brought up the James Tour one day, and the guy played stupid that he didn't know Dr. James Tour.
Right. You know Dr. James Tour because he's fucking with evolution hard.
They don't like that guy.
No, they don't like that guy.
Researcher in all this chemical evolution. He does it,
Mama.
I mean, he's the one that's come up with half of this on how God did this, because this was all done in a lab. There's no other explanation.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's biblical that it was too. That God, Jesus, when he came forth as the Word, he grabbed wisdom first, and then prudence. Held on to it with prudence. But all this was done not just in stages and over time, but it says with wisdom. I'd have to Google that verse particularly, but with wisdom and hard work, even in Proverbs. And they have completely backwardated everything, where the Bible talks about God stretching the heavens, they come up with its expanding. Let me throw my.
How come we got to echo? Are you playing the YouTube video at the same time?
No, I shut that off or it echoes. You
gotta mute the YouTube channel that you clicked onto the link. So anyways.
Is that any better?
Let's check. Nope, it's still echo. Let me do this. Hold on. Go to your mic setting.
I don't know that last time. Actually, I got lucky with you the other night. I got on, and my mic was unmuted because I tried even to get back on Dave's a couple times and couldn't. My mic wouldn't work on this one. They had me reset everything, and somehow it worked.
Right.
Even with you, and I can't say it's not all screwing up either. Still.
So this is my theory, though. If the Catholic Church, man, that fucking echo is terrible, bro.
Let me try to get back in here.
You can just mute your mic while I tell you my theory. Okay, so anyways. So if the Catholic Church does control the world's education system, this is a very powerful, church that really hates the Bible because they deny the authority of the Bible, and that's why so many people were executed for even translating the Bible into the common language, going all the way back to James Wycliffe. So the Catholic Church never liked that idea. They like being able to say, you don't need to read the contract. We'll just tell you what it says. So that's how they got to play their little gatekeeper position, or how they slid in there. So, anyways, that makes sense to me as to why we're teaching this bullshit in public school system. The whole idea of evolution, and why, I tried to point out into the argument that you guys are being educated to call yourself animals in law. That's super duper dangerous if we ever get a tyrannical government. You don't want to be contractually agreeing to be an animal.
We got one coming because if you actually vote in the elections and the Muslims are in control, like in New York, your vote contains who you contracted with. That's your contract. You signed into this.
Our vote doesn't mean shit, but that is the rub, and why they have Hollywood fucking people coming in to tell you to go vote and all of that, because you're signing a contract on that voter registration card where it says that I sign under I certify under penalty of perjury that I'm a U.S. citizen. Those are adhesion terms. Under penalty of perjury.
And citizen means slave under like the Black's Law Dictionary stuff.
It does declare you property of the corporation of the United States.
And most people aren't aware of all these words, how they affect what. You go to court and they ask you, do you understand? And you're like, yes, sir, I do. No, you just fucked up, because it's no, I do not consent.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but yeah, I mean, that particular example is kind of a bad example, but yes, that's why they have a Black's Law Dictionary. It sounds like they're speaking English, but it is a different language with definition.
Yeah, is this still back or echoing?
Oh yeah.
Oh dear. Let me try reset. Maybe log back in here.
All right. Yeah, it's a terrible echo. Anyways.
And we're going to go in order, and I'll tell you what I found. You ready? Okay, what really happened? 1771, the Academy of Kydonia, or Ayvalik, depends which language you're using, Ayvalik, whether you use it from a Muslim, Arabic kind of version of pronunciating it, or Kydonia. It's also called Kydonia.
No, I have not seen that.
Can you see that little place right next to the word empire? Can you see that? Okay, that's Kydonia, or Ayvalik. And they said it didn't exist anymore, that it was destroyed. I had a document from the government, from the United States government, saying that it was destroyed. And then I kept on looking, because that's
I'll be
what
right
I do.
back. I'm going to go feed my dogs.
Keep on digging. I found a guy here on the East Coast who's descended from people who lived in the city and who went and visited it, and it's still there. So I found out that story was wrong, and that was just the beginning. The city is still there. It was not destroyed by the Muslim Turks. It was still there, but I'll show you more in a minute. It was one of 3 Greek academies, Kydonia, Chios, and Smyrna, or Smyrna, if you want to use your American. Kydonia, Chios, and Smyrna. So those are the 3 places where they were teaching kids Greek culture, Greek language, Greek thought. And there is also a little bit of feeling of rebellion in there, but I don't want to get into all that. If you can watch my series online or read the book, Who Faked the World's Oldest Bible, there's an awful lot more information. I'm just going to take you through quickly, okay? 1773, does that sound familiar? Anybody, any conspiracy buffs? 1773? Or yesterday? Did you pay attention when I was putting stuff on the board? 1773 was the year of the suppression of the Jesuits. But anyway, at that same year, Kydonia was granted autonomy from the Muslim Ottoman rule. And every single Muslim left the city. Isn't that interesting? Why would they do that? They granted them complete autonomy. There's no other place that did that. There's some possible Masonic connections, and you'll see why in a minute. The Edict of Religious Tolerance, 1773, same year, signed by Catherine the Great of Russia. And so, the same time, the suppression of the Jesuits, while Lorenzo Ricci is the Jesuit general, you got Catherine the Great giving religious tolerance, and for some reason, all the Muslims left the city of Ayvalik or Kydonia. And you know what happens in a vacuum? They try to fill it. May 1st, 1776, suppressed Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, there, I think I got that one right, creates the American Illuminati. He's not an ex-Jesuit. Anywhere you read that, it's not true. Because just because somebody says you're not a group supported by the Pope anymore, doesn't mean that your training stopped. It doesn't mean your leader isn't your leader. It doesn't mean you haven't been released from your vows. You understand that? There isn't only ex-Jesuits are ones who get saved, like Alberto Rivera. There's only so many of those, and not a lot. So no, suppressed Jesuit Adam Weishaupt created the American Illuminati so that the Jesuits had something to manipulate here. Anybody ever been a member of like Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Alpha, something, bunch of Greek letter things? The literati, they're called, that was created by Weishaupt. He created that. So, and he created doctrines and things that would be put through those groups and make them into more of secret societies and stuff. That's all Jesuit. Just thought I'd throw that in. Same time, Ioannis Capodistrias is born on the Isle of Corfu. You'll find more about Ioannis John Capodistrias later. He'll grow up to be a Freemason and the first governor of the independent Greece, but we'll get there. Now here, this is the place that supposedly was destroyed and is still there. The Virgin of the Orphans Church is built in the lower district of Kydonia, and in my book I tell what the lower and the upper districts are, and the rich people and the poor people and the workers class and all that stuff. There's a lot of history behind it. But nonetheless, that church was created called Virgin of the Orphans. Now I figured out something. As I kept on reading, whenever they talk about taking care of orphans, they're not really talking about taking care of orphans. They're talking about raising up kids to be warriors. But they don't want to do it. They want to do it in such a way that the Turks won't figure it out. So they say, oh, it's a school for the orphans. That's what they did. The College of Kydonia was built in its courtyard by Ioannis Oikonomos. Right there, Debbie drew that bottom picture. I thought she did a great job. Now you got, in 1784, Vissarion of Symi. Symi is a little island by the Isle of Rhodes. So you know the Isle of Rhodes in your Bible? Have you seen it? There's Turkey, Asia Minor. Then you see the Isle of Rhodes, and then there's this tiny little thing. That little speck there, that's the Isle of Symi. And this is Vissarion. This is his name. Vissarion can be spelled with a V or a B, and that's because of pronunciation problems in Greek, and I can't solve them. But he begins teaching at the College of Kydonia. It starts out as a little school. He's only like 13 years old when he starts, but that's the way it is. When you get educated, you start teaching, and you keep on going from there. The rich people then will pay for you to go to Italy, where you end up becoming a Freemason, because you go to the Masonic lodges that are there, and you get the education that is there, and you start being exposed to two extra things. You get exposed to, well, three things. You get exposed to whatever the modern sciences are. You get exposed to the revolution, la revolution. You get exposed to the revolutionary ideas, and you get exposed to the Gnostic Masonic ideas and the secret society ideas. It all goes together. And I tell about it in the book. You can see that if you read it or you watch the video series online. 1789, Masonic lodges are set up in the Ionian Islands. Can you see those names? Corfu, Lefkada, Catalonia, Ithaca, and Zakynthos. All those places now have Masonic lodges. The same year, 1789, of course, the Constitution of the United States is happening. The French Revolution begins the same year. I'm sure there's some things that are not coincidences. But I'm telling you, a lot of different things happening at the same time, so you get the idea of what the balance of time is right now. Because what happens when people teach you stuff, they don't usually tell you what's happening in the other places. And you get lost in the story. But I'm telling you, a bunch of upheaval is happening in the world. 1790, Regis Farios creates the Masonic-based Kaloi Exadelphoi. How's that for a name? The Good Cousins. The Good Cousins. It's a secret society. They gave it the most innocuous name you can come up with. The Good Cousins. And what was it for? Do you see what it says? Armed revolution to aid and to aid the rise of nation states. Because they want to go against the Ottoman Empire and raise the Greek culture. It's the whole purpose going on here, and the Masons are part of it. In fact, every one of these secret orders is actually run by Masons. So the Revolution and the Masons, the head people are always Freemasons. In 1799, Vaticanus is brought from Rome to the National Archives of Paris, and the French Revolution ends. So Napoleon comes through to the Vatican, and he says, I'm going to show how great I am. I'm going to take 500 of your books and put them in my museum of Paris. It's going to become the biggest museum and the best one in the whole world.
Chris.
Sounds like Donald Trump. It'll be the best. It's the best museum. It's the best. It'll be the best. And so one of the things that's taken is Codex Vaticanus. That's how.
So yeah, I just wanted to make sure Marilyn got an idea of how I see shit. You know what I mean? So anyways, this is my vision for things. But anyway. What up, man? Sounds like you fixed the mic problem.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yep. We're not getting an echo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, am I echoing?
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Are you sure that the YouTube channel isn't playing?
No, it's clicked off. I only got this one page open. Am I still echoing?
Do you see a little down arrow on the left of your where all your are open?
Maybe a down arrow?
Yeah.
I don't know
if you're on a Mac or a PC.
Nah, I'm on some little bitty Chromebook. It's the only thing I can run off my internet at night. And sit off a 12-volt battery. Some little piece of crap. In daytime, nice sunny day, I get my computer up and running. A real one.
How many tabs do you have open?
Oh my gosh, look at all them tabs it says. As far as I know, I only got this one open. You're saying I'm echoing?
Okay. Yeah, there's a whenever I speak, mad echo.
Ouch. And I don't know what to say.
Because that's fucking annoying.
It's only when you speak?
Yeah, then like a half a maybe like a second. It's repeating it.
Oh, and I see my thing blinking as you talk. How weird.
Okay, so I'm telling you, there's another tab that has the YouTube needs to be muted or just completely closed. Or that. So anyways, just yeah. It gives you an idea of my personality. That's how I like shit. You know? Anyway. Back to this.
Hug, when he leaves Germany and goes to Paris, he sees the Vaticanus because it's sitting there in the Museum of Paris. 1800, Venuman of Lesbos begins to lead the Academy of Cadonia. He's an interesting guy. He looks like Sean Connery to me. Every time I look at him, I didn't bring it. I was so tempted to put it up there and put Sean Connery. And with the hair all wild in one of his movies or something, or they caught him on the street or whatever. It was like, oh, look, it's Sean Connery. But no, it's Venuman of Lesbos. Benjamin is Benjamin. See the V and the B thing? That's a Greek thing. Konstantinos Rados. There's more Constantines than you can shake a stick at. My book.
Is this a video, Chris?
This piece off here and put it over here. And now you see the United States is no longer in the middle of the map.
Right.
Now, I did this with a major record company in New York City, I think in 1970. And an older man stood up in the back of the room and said, "Now, Elliot, you've gone too far." I said, "What's your problem?" "You can't do that with the map." I said, "Well, actually, you can." He said, "No, the United States isn't in the middle of the map anymore." I said, "The United States never was in the middle of the map. You need to realize this depends on how you draw your map." And then I pointed this little fact out. South America is actually 9 times larger than Greenland.
Even though it doesn't really look like it.
No, it is. South America is actually 9 times larger than Greenland.
It's crazy.
Now, according to your social studies teachers, what is the equator? Halfway between the North Pole and the South Pole on this map would be right about here.
Right.
And that means that Iowa has a semi-tropical climate. Well, you've been in Minnesota in the wintertime.
I've been in Iowa too. It's definitely
You know that it doesn't have a tropical climate. So you have to then introduce a real version of the map of the world. That's what this is doing.
Let's see.
That's very good.
The Peters projection map.
Oh,
The sizes on this
Greenland
map
is small.
are right. The shapes are distorted.
Wow.
Look at Greenland on this map. Right there. See it?
Yeah, it's really tiny.
See how small that is?
Right.
Look at it on the Mercator projection.
So why do they do that? I don't understand.
Why? Because the Pope commissioned Mercator to make a map that shows the spread of Christianity. So all the countries in which there are predominantly white people are larger than those in the southern part of the world, halfway between the North Pole and South Pole.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have children going to school and they're seeing this map, this piece.
Interesting. So let me see here. Go back to this. I'll be right back again.
The book is filled with Constantines. Konstantinos Rados, he starts the Masonic base. Carbonari, that's another group. And guess what they want? Armed revolution against the Ottoman Empire. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. 1802, Ioannis Kapodistrias, that same guy from Corfu, he founds the National Medical Association on Corfu Island. In fact, he becomes a medical doctor along with another guy, Simon of Stigera. You know who Simon of Stigera is? Constantine Simonides' dad. Just saying. Who was also a Mason. That's another story, and I'm sure it's just a coincidence. All right, so here we go. 1803, Benjamin of Lesbos.
Yeah, a lot of people that claim to know Bible history and everything are always like a deer in the headlights when I ask them about, do you know anything about the Simonides affair? No. Well, that's a problem, dude. These scriptures ain't as old as they thought.
is condemned by the Patriarchate of Constantinople because he wanted to use scientific instruments and he wanted to use modern thought. He was questioning some of the Greek Orthodox methods and thoughts. And so they wanted to condemn him. And there are actually 2 sets of councils. There's one north in Constantinople, which is called the Ecumenical Patriarchate. That is actually over the entire church. And there's the one in Ephesus. So if you don't like the one in Constantinople, you go to the one in Ephesus. See, that's easy. You understand history so well. 1804, another Constantine Alexandrovich Porfiry Uspensky is born. He's very important. 1805 to 1830, we'll get back to Porfiry, don't worry. 1805 to 1830, Constantius I, 1770 to 1859, is the Archbishop of Sinai. So before he goes to a different position that you'll find out about that's very important. He is the Archbishop of Sinai. But because of various security things and other things, he never actually went into Sinai, but he nonetheless was the Archbishop over it. 1810, Catholic priest Johann Leonhard Hug views the Vaticanus in Paris and writes the Antiquitati Codicis Vaticani Commentatio, which is translated completely and refuted in the back of Westcott and Hort from Faith to Doubt. That's the book over there. This guy is the guy who's behind the whole Vaticanus argument that everybody uses today. But nobody ever translated it, so I did. It's never been translated before, not in any language. I couldn't find it anything. I couldn't find it in French, German, Italian, anything. Nobody. They just, and all the people who said they translated it or read it couldn't possibly have understood it if they didn't have Vaticanus sitting in front of them. I know because I had to have Vaticanus sitting in front of me to understand it. 1811, 2 Masonic lodges on Corfu merged into the Phoenix Lodge. That's not to be confused with the other Phoenix Lodge, which is founded in Moscow by Ioannis Kapodistrias, this guy from Corfu that I talked about, who's the doctor, who's the friend of Simonides' dad. You with me so far? Are you following a little bit? You're so
What up,
silent.
Professor Hazel?
There's too many names. I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, 1813. Now we'll get you a little more. Ioannis Kapodistrias again officiates at the former establishment of the Masonic Henoglosso Xenodolcheo, the Greek-speaking hotel. That's another secret society led by Freemasons. Say it. 1, 2, 3. Freemasons. Thank you. In Paris. And their purpose is to organize a Greek rising against the Turks. Are we detecting a pattern? Okay. 1814. 2 of the founding people of the Henoglosso, with a third man, founded another group called the Philokiateria, the Company of Friends. Guess what they're led by? Freemasons. Guess what their purpose is? The overthrow of the Ottoman Empire. Just saying. I found this. I literally just kept on going, wait, another one? Another one? Another one? And that's just trying to find out who these people are. You see why I love research? It's so interesting. So there you go. You got Athanasios Tsakalov, you got Nikolaos Skoufas, and Emmanuel Santos. Their whole point is, again, not just to overthrow the Ottoman Empire, though, but as you see there, to make an independent Greek state. Oh, there's so many things I could tell you, but there's no time. 1815, Lobegot Friedrich Konstantin Tischendorf, another Constantine, is born. So after all this stuff starts, Tischendorf is born. Now we start to bring him into the picture. Just little by little, you'll see what happens. In 1819, Vissarion, that's the guy who is at Ivalik, Kidonia, the school there, teaching for 35 years. 1819, he retires from teaching, and he becomes the monk Benedict at the Esphigmenou Monastery. Look at the very top. Do you see the very top where it says, the very top word on that big long peninsula is Esphigmenou. That's the monastery he retired to. And when you're a Greek Orthodox person, you take your first name and your first letter of your first name, then you find a saint that's accepted by the Greek Orthodox Church and choose one of the ones that starts with that letter. So Benedict is actually Vissarion becomes Benedict, but everybody says Vissarion, so they're going to say Benedict? I don't know. Benedict? Anyway, that's what they would do. So he retires, becomes the monk Benedict at the Esphigmenou Monastery, which he likes because he's a teacher and he's been looking to do something. And if you read my book, you'll find out he actually had a purpose starting all the way back in the 1700s. And the purpose that he had was to create a new Septuagint, a new Greek Bible. And that new Greek Bible was to show that, he wanted to show that he understood paleography and he understood ancient manuscripts, but he actually had a program, because he's in this school that's being backed by all these Freemason lovers who are creating Freemasons out of the students at the school of Ivalic Cadonia, and he himself is part of this whole plan. He creates a Bible. If he can find some Greek manuscripts to blend together that might have to talk about man rising to become like a god, like say, like you see in Sinaiticus in Mark chapter 1, where it takes out the word of God. If you take out that, then you have Jesus having to repent of his sins, and then in verse 11, after he's forgiven, he receives the Holy Spirit and is adopted by God. That's called adoptionism. It's right there in the Sinaiticus in plain sight. So where did he go? He got Gnostic manuscripts and collected them over the years. And he kept on looking for things that would help this uprising. He was working on a religious text to back the uprising. Do you see how that works? Give yourself religion to back your feeling or your purpose. And his purpose was this. He wanted this war to go on, but he didn't want to be a part of it because he was a teacher. Well, Esphigmenu had a bunch of extra manuscripts, and he was searching through them. And he was adding them to his collection because we book collectors, we just don't know when to stop. November 5th, my birthday, 1820. Isn't that funny? You ever look at some of the people that are born on your birthday? I mean, two things are on my birthday. Number one, in 1820, we have Constantine Leonidas Photios Simonides born. And it's this also, remember, the 5th of November. Yeah, the gunpowder plot against King James to wipe out, and we would have wiped out the King James Bible. And that's my birthday. It's like, and Simonides' birth is my birth. So anyway, he's born to Simon of Stigera. Simon of Stigera, the friend of Ioannis Capodistrias, who's now the governor, who's now not the governor. He's been asked to join the Philiki Eteria, but technically you're not supposed to tell anybody that it exists. It's kind of like masonry. You gotta be asked. You gotta ask one to be one or whatever, but then if you ask, they may kill you. It was kind of secretive that way, but they asked him, they wrote to him, they asked him, and he said no. He didn't want to be part of that. He wanted to use diplomacy instead. He wanted to be a politician. Anyway, that was him, but his dad said yes and became part of the Philiki Eteria, one of the leaders of the Philiki Eteria. He went through Asia Minor and North Africa and around the areas to find people who would aid him in the war against the Ottoman Empire. In 1821, Karl Lachmann criticized the received text, and the Academy of Cadonia Valak was attacked by an army, and the Moscow edition, of Codex Alexandrinus, was financed by the Zosimus brothers. All those things the same year. Let me take it apart. Karl Lachmann then becomes one of the first people to make a real anti-Textus Receptus type Greek text. Starts by his criticism. And Lachmann is the person who's studied by people like Tischendorf. So that's why this is important. The Academy of Cadonia is attacked by the army because they figured out that they're trying to rise up against their armies. I mean, that's what anybody would do, suppress an uprising, right? And then the Moscow edition of the Codex Alexandrinus happens to be very important in the future. I'll tell you what that's going to be used for, because Benedict is using this book for something. I have one. So when people tell me what's in it, I already know because I checked and they were wrong. 1824, Simonides' cousin Constantine is born. No kidding, I'm not kidding. And his brother Photius is born, 4 years younger than he is. Isn't that funny? You got another Constantine and another Photius in the same year. So when somebody's trying to write an English biography of him, as one guy did, brother named Stuart, he got everything mixed up. And so he stuck him and his brother's son, and then he becomes only 16 years old when he's doing stuff on this. He messed everything up because he didn't get who was who. And these Greeks just kept naming people Constantine and Photius, and that was one of Simonides' names, and it made everything confusing. So I just threw that fun picture up there to tell you that's what's happening in history. But in 1827, Ioannis Kapodistrias becomes the first governor of that independent Greece. His politics paid off. Him not being a warrior, he was able to get the support, and he becomes the first governor of the independent Greece. What does this have to do with the Sinaiticus? We'll get there, because this is the real story. 1828, Tischendorf finishes his standard schooling. He's not actually that old yet, but I just had to throw that picture because I found it. I went, oh, I've never seen this one. I had to throw it up. He's way younger than that.
Boom. So let me show this. Leslie explained Tiktaalik, a transitional organism between fish and amphibians. They predicted exactly where there would find it in the world, and they found it. So now, let's go where did that? We just had it. All right. We'll check out. We'll use my Chat GPT. Is a Tiktaalik a transitional species? There we go. Okay. Yes, Tiktaalik is widely regarded by evolutionary biologists as a transitional fossil between lobe-finned fishes and the earliest four-limbed vertebrates, tetrapods. However, what is meant by transitional is important to understand. Excuse me. Tiktaalik rosea lived about 375 million years ago during the late Devonian period. It has a combination of features associated with a fish and early tetrapods. Fish-like features: scales, fins with fin rays, gills, a fish-like skull in many respects. Tetrapod-like features: a mobile neck, unlike most fish, robust ribs capable of supporting the body in shallow water, flat skull with eyes positioned on top, fins containing bones corresponding to the humerus, radius, ulna, and wrist-like bones, allowing the animal to prop itself up. Because it combines these features, evolutionary biologists describe it as a transitional form, meaning it exhibits characteristics expected in an organism near the evolutionary transition from aquatic lobe-finned fishes to land vertebrates. Does this transitional mean it was a direct ancestor? Not necessarily. Scientists do not claim that Tiktaalik has been proven to be the direct ancestor of all tetrapods. Rather, it is considered either a close relative of that ancestor or part of a broader group of organisms near the transition. In evolutionary biology, a transitional fossil is an organism that displays a mixture of ancestral and derived characteristics. It does not require proving direct ancestry. The creationist perspective. Creationist organizations, including groups such as Answers in Genesis and the Institute for Creation Research, generally do not accept Tiktaalik as evidence that a fish evolved into tetrapods. They argue that it is an extinct fish with unusual features. Mosaic organisms mixed with characteristics, with mixed characteristics, do not by themselves demonstrate common ancestry. and the fossil record does not establish one kind of animal evolving into another. Summary: whether Tiktaalik is called a transitional species depends on the framework being used. In mainstream evolutionary biology, yes, it is considered one of the best examples of a transitional fossil between lobe-finned fishes and early tetrapods. In young Earth creationism, no. It is viewed as an extinct fish with a unique combination of features, but not as evidence of a large-scale evolution. So, but are these things still alive? No, these are not real. Anyway. Hey, man, if you guys want to, you think, you want to think Jesus is lying and trust on fucking computer generated images and whatever that is, you know what I mean? That's on you, dog. Anyway. No, it is extinct. All right. Work that. Yeah, let's see if I got anybody good that can answer the question. Over here. Fucking guy. What's it called? How do I spell it again? Shit. Tetralic. Tiktaalik. And proves evolution. Let's see. Evidence for the evolutionary chain. It's both types of story.
Okay, what's your name, sweetheart? I forgot.
You can just call me ChatGPT.
We live our daily lives working on a time scale of hours and minutes and days and years. But the time scale that I dwell in as a paleontologist is on the order of millions of years, tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years. So when we take a great transition, say the one where fish evolved to walk on land, what we're really dealing with is something that happened over tens of millions of years. It's so hard to wrap your head around that stuff. What's a million years, let alone tens of millions of years? Yet as scientists, we have to grapple with those almost unimaginable quantities, every day.
Good thing you're earning
the
your
hunt for
paycheck,
Tiktaalik in
pal.
1998, and the idea was we wanted to find a creature.
Hello.
The gap between
What up?
life and water.
What's going on here?
Yeah, do I know you?
Probably not.
You never been here before?
No. I mean, I've been watching for a while.
All right. So are you a dick flasher?
A what?
A dick flasher.
Like, do I flash my penis?
These fucking guys pop on here and do that. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Grow the fuck up.
Dude, that is like not even close to being Christian, bro.
Well, I mean, it's just people trying to fuck around and get my shit shut down.
It's the internet for you.
Yeah. So are you Christian or what's your scoop?
Yeah, I'm pretty Christian, I'd say.
What denomination?
Orthodox.
Okay, so you're Eastern Orthodox?
Yeah.
And I'm against Eastern Orthodox, right?
Wait, why are you against it?
Well, because I think they have a lot of false claims. That the Bible claims that those who are the real church is those who are indwelled with the Holy Spirit.
Well, I think that the Bible is up to anybody to interpret it anyway. So I'm sure that I interpret it different than the others that you've talked about or talked to.
Well, I mean, I've listened to like Sam Shamoon and Andrew Wilson and Jay
Yeah.
Dyer.
Yeah.
And that's, I think they got a lot of misinformation in their.
Oh, so you're talking about like famous people?
Well, I'm just talking, like famous Eastern Orthodox and.
Okay, I see what you mean. I see
Yeah.
what you mean.
Just
So
listening to their arguments.
what are you then?
I'm a King James Bible believing Christian.
Yeah, but like, what denomination though?
Well, that's what I mean. For me, that is my denomination. That I'm a King James Bible believing
Oh,
Christian.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
But I'm totally sola scriptura, and that's where I'm pretty much against all of this religious garbage. God commanded us to study and to show thyself approved. He wants us to know the word. The Bible is the authority over the church, not the other way around. That's why I have a problem with all of the orthodox positions, is that now you're trying to make men the authority over God's word. And that's where then you get all of these arguments that, well, it's, the Catholics are responsible for the Bible you believe is infallible. Nope. That's
something like that, yeah.
That's incorrect. The Bible even says that the oracles of God were entrusted to the Jews. The Jews are responsible for our Bible. What was
Don't
that?
even get me started on the Jews.
Well, now you just keep in mind, though, that, those that call themselves Jews but are not, but are the synagogue of Satan, don't get them confused with Jews. You know what I'm saying?
I think Netanyahu's Satan himself. What do you think of that?
Well, I think they're puppets on Satan's little strings. Because
What do you think of Trump?
I think Trump's, I think he was picked to be fucking president back in 1988 or whatever. Long
I
time
see.
ago. He graduated from Fordham University, which is a Jesuit university. That's a problem for me because I know all about the Jesuits and the Counter-Reformation movement, and
I think Trump is a puppet of Satan as well, because he loves Netanyahu and Epstein.
You ever seen Devil's Advocate?
I have seen it.
Remember the last scene where he's all, he's the little reporter guy before he shapeshifts back into Al Pacino, and he's all, a lawyer with a conscience, Kevin. The world needs to hear your story, and he called me in the morning, and vanity, my favorite sin. So that's why people are totally easily persuaded by the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life.
Yeah, I agree.
My favorite sin. So that's why it's easy to play all of those people. They probably don't even believe a Satan exists.
So if you don't mind me asking, what was up with like the dick flashing you were talking about earlier?
Like, just the other night, like Saturday night or whatever, we had fucking some weird chick come in and pop like one of her, show one of her little tiny titties, and then a bunch of clowns coming in doing dick flashes. And it's just like lame, dude.
Did
You
know who
guys
they
ain't
were?
you ain't got no fucking video games to play or something?
The video games, they're sinful.
I like sports games like FIFA and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the violent video games come from Satan himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think he's definitely an influencer of it. Like, you ever play Assassin's Creed?
No, I don't play video games.
But you've never played like Assassin's Creed ever?
Never touched it.
Interesting. What are you, like Amish or what the fuck?
I don't like video games. I just said I think they're sinful.
Sure.
But I mean, that's just my opinion. That's my belief. Yeah.
So where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Texas, huh? Nice. I lived in Texas for about 10 years.
Yeah, everything is big there, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking. I love Texas, man.
What's your favorite part of Texas, or what's your favorite thing about Texas?
Oh, well, I mean, I was killing it. I just had a lot of fun in Texas. I made a lot of money in the oil business and shit.
Mm.
So I had a good time, man. So I used to have the penthouse of the 1700 Pacific building in Dallas, the whole floor. So you had to take a private elevator just to come up to my office and shit. It was
Oh
dope.
shit! What do you do if you could afford that? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, no, that's when I was doing, raising money for exploratory well drilling.
I see.
You know? So it was fun, you know what I mean? But then I found out that, all of those oil operators and everything, even if they hit oil or gas, they're going to just tell everybody it's a dry hole, wait 7 years, and then they go back and pull all of the oil and gas out and keep it for themselves.
It's almost like they don't care about you, you know.
Well, it's like, you ever seen the movie Producers?
No.
It's a
I don't watch
Broadway
movies.
play. Yeah.
I've seen like a couple of movies, but like I don't really watch them.
Huh.
Yeah.
So you don't even have a favorite movie?
Not really.
Huh. How old are you? 20s? I mean, you don't have to give me an exact age. 20s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Play any sports or anything?
No, I just sit in my room all day. Do nothing. Except worship that Christ. Except worship Christ.
Worship that Christ.
Yeah, bro.
All right.
That guy
All
Christ. You know how it is in the neighborhood. What's good in the neighborhood type stuff, you know.
I do.
Do you like my my profile?
Sure.
Thomas the Train. What'd you know about Thomas the Train?
I have no idea who Thomas the Train is.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, who said gay coded? What the heck?
Who said what?
Burn your chat. Marilyn said gay coded. What does that mean? Like who? What do you mean? What do you mean gay coded?
I don't know. But I feel a dick pic coming on. I can already smell it. Thanks for playing, though. I appreciate it, brother. All right. So I'm going to go back to my shit.
Life on land. One day in 2004, in the 6th year of our hunt, a colleague working a lair with bones in it saw this V sticking out of the rock. And when I saw this V, I knew we had found what we had spent 6 years looking for. The reason is it was very clear it was a V of an upside down jaw, and that jaw was connected to a flat-headed snout. One of the big transitions from fish to early land-living animal is going from an animal with a conical head to one with a flat head. And here I had a flat-headed fish sticking out at me. It was great. It was really exciting for us. Here was a fish right at the cusp of the transition from life in water to life on land. Where tiktaalik really gets fun is when you look inside its fin. So here is a fin.
Big Bad Mama, have you ever seen gator gars? Have you ever seen a gator gar fish? Anyway, they're a trip.
Of one of the big specimens of tiktaalik. What you see here is the shoulder. So you're looking at it from the lateral or external side. But inside, these are the fin bones. So if you remove the scales, if you remove the fin rays, the fin webbing, this is what you see inside. What does it have? It has one bone, two bones, and small bones, and a joint out here. What do we have in our limbs? We have one bone, 2 bones, and a joint out here. So here is a fish with a shoulder, an elbow, and even parts of a wrist. This was really fabulous to see because here is a fish with parts of our own limb bones inside. What's remarkable about this is I can trace this bone, this upper bone here called the humerus. I could trace it from fish to amphibians to reptiles to mammals to me. So I am deeply connected to this fish, and I'm connected to this fish by a shared history. And that history is knowable, that we can discover creatures that show us that history. That's the power of science. That's the power of paleontology. I mean, that's why I've been spending the last 35 years doing this stuff, because it's inherently exciting.
Paycheck, motherfucker, no lie. Anyway, all right. Thanks, Dr. Neil. Now, let's just put does. And I'm sure some creationists will have a counter argument. Let's see what they have to say. These Genesis apologetics. Let's see. What do they got?
Guaranteed you 1 million views or you didn't pay anything. That's not a pitch. That's literally our offer. Here's why we can make it work. Our average client gets 15.5.
In both of these textbooks, they showed pictures of the Archaeopteryx fossil, supposedly half dinosaur and half bird.
Yeah, it was discovered in 1861. Alan Fiducia, a paleontologist who led studies in the origin...
What's up, Mr. Apples?
How's it going there, Mr. Irish? What are we watching?
We're Big Bad Mama, told us to check out the Tickalick or whatever the fuck it's called. Hold on. Tickalick.
The Tickalick?
Talik. I think it's Talik.
I think he's just pulling your fucking leg, honestly. I mean, if somebody told me, like, hey, man, you need to Google up the Tickle Tally, I mean, like, you can just fuck off.
It's, evolutionists claim that is a, transitional fossil that they found. So now we watched the evolution side, their presentation. Now we're going to listen to a creationist side.
Of birds like this back in 1993. Paleontologists have tried to turn Archaeopteryx into an earthbound feathered dinosaur, but it's not. It's a bird, a perching bird. No amount of paleobabble is going to change that. Since making that statement, there has been a constant battle in the evolutionary camp about whether Archaeopteryx should be even considered an ancestor to birds, and many are making the case that it should be thrown out of the evolutionary lineup, going from being a bird to a dinosaur and then back to a bird. Archaeopteryx was even further disqualified as an evolutionary ancestor for birds when scientists found what appears to be a crow-sized bird and extinct four-winged birds in rock layers designated to be below those containing Archaeopteryx.
Talk about throwing a wild pitch.
Wild pitches happen often in the game of evolution, like the fossil called Tiktaalik. It quickly became the missing link between fish and four-legged creatures that first walked on land.
Oh yeah, I heard of that. It was kind of the star of transitional fossils.
All right, this is fucking gay. Hold on. I was hoping to get like an actual scientist to talk about it. Let's see. Let's check it out.
Well, g'day, it is Ken Colson here again from Creation Unfolding, and today I've got Dr. Matt McLean again from the Master University. Matt, how you doing today?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
Good. Great to see you.
So what do the evolutionists think of this guy, Dr. Matt McLean? Is he worth anything, Big Bad Mama?
What are you talking? Are you talking to me? Sorry, I stepped out of the room.
I'm asking Big Bad Mama if
of course you're not talking to me. Of course. I'll just fucking mute.
Whatever, dude. Don't be a fucking bitch about it. Hold on.
So today, tell us, what are we going to be talking about?
We're going to talk about Tiktaalik, and we're going to talk about whether or not you evolved from a fish.
Okay, interesting. Now, I have heard of that fossil. It's pretty significant for various reasons. Maybe you could fill us in on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've actually got right here, this is a 3D printed replica of the original, the holotype, right? The type specimen of Tiktaalik, its skull. So they found more of it.
That's a 3D print.
Yeah.
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 very
It's really
cool.
good detail too. I mean, you can
It
see the little
is.
teeth and all kinds of fun stuff on it. And so, yeah, this guy is a big flat-headed fish. Okay. So you can see this is where the eyes would go, right? Then what's interesting about him, number of things. So he is a fish. I mean, you can find fins. We'll talk about the fin in a minute, and scales and stuff. But Tiktaalik actually has a neck. Okay. So you can see the skull ends right here. And you would have the neck begin here and the rest of the body. And so Tiktaalik can actually move its head separately from its shoulders. And you're like, big deal. Most animals you feel like can do that. Well, actually, fish, they have all these extra bones right here called the opercular bones, and they surround the gills and they connect back to the shoulder girdle, the shoulder blade, what it is, shoulder blade, and to the fins. And so when a fish wants to look at something, it actually turns, its fins with it. But Tiktaalik can move its head separately, right? The other fun thing, and I've actually got, and this one's a little bit harder to see, this is the fin of Tiktaalik, and this is still kind of encased in rock a little bit. That's how we 3D printed it, so it's a little bit hard to see. But what you can see, there's one bone right here, right? And then that one bone becomes two bones, and then it becomes littler bones up here.
Right.
And so this, we think, is homologous, right? It's the same structure of the humerus and the ulna and the radius. And then above the ulna, there's one of these little bones right here. And I don't know how close we can get here, but there's actually an articulation surface between these two bones where it can move. And so it looks like it actually had movable joints in its fin, and one that corresponds to our wrist joint that it could move right there. And so you've got a fish with a head that can move around separately from the body, and can prop itself up on its fins, maybe a little bit underwater. And that looks like a really convincing transitional form, right? An evolutionary missing link, right, between fish and your four-legged animals, which would be your amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals.
Yeah. So if you were an evolutionist, this would kind of be fairly convincing for you.
Yes, that's kind of the idea. And that's when Tiktaalik was announced in 2006.
What
it
up,
was
Big
announced
Bad Mama?
as the, like...
Hi, Spider. Hi, Brendan. How are you guys doing?
We're good. What are you doing, Spider? You eating or something?
Guys, how many times do I gotta tell you? My name is not Spider. It's Mr. fucking Apples. I don't know
Mr.
who that
Apples,
guy
I'm
is.
sorry, Spider.
God dang it. See, now I know what Smokey's going through, See, I can really relate to Smokey now. People are always thinking he's somebody who's not.
Soon God has ever been able to spend a day without us is blasphemy.
Listen, Brandon, check your woman, dude.
Well, she ain't my woman.
Marilyn has her own way of thinking, that's for sure.
She definitely has her own way of thinking.
Listen, if like I had a chick and she was like telling me that she's a god and shit, I'd be like, yes, you are, honey. You are just a good little god.
Just agree with her.
You are a good little god. Come over
You're
here.
just a goddess. You are.
That's why he gets
Come
the
over
women.
here.
Brandon.
Rest your head in my lap now. There you go. Anyways, that's funny. What was that, Big Bad Mama?
I said that's why Spider gets the women.
You know what I mean? He's got the latest. They like those drummers.
Oh, Spider, your drummer?
Yeah.
Nice.
I've been told he's pretty good. I haven't heard it yet.
That's awesome. Brandon, what do you think about this Tiktaalik?
What do I think about the Tiktaalik?
Yeah.
Well, I think that, I believe Jesus was telling the truth. That's where I always arrive at is, man. You know what I mean?
Do you know why it's important, though, in terms of evolution?
Sure. I get it. Yeah, I mean, I get it why it would be important for the evolutionary claim for sure. So
It's not only that it's a transition between fish forms and amphibian forms, but it's the fact that they predicted where they would find it, in the stratigraphy, where they would find it. So they were basically, you know, they knew that around 390 million years ago, the only vertebrates were fish that they were finding. And then by 360 million years ago, they were finding four-footed vertebrates. So they figured in between that time, there should be a transitional form that should be found between 390 and 360 million years. And they knew that it would be in a freshwater environment. So they searched around the world for stratigraphy that was of that age and was formed in a freshwater environment. And they searched, and that's where they found Tiktaalik. So it proved the predictive power of the theory of evolution. Um, that's why it's important.
Let me see something. Did scientists predict where they would find Tiktaalik? Yes, one of the most frequently
Ellesmere
cited
Island, yeah.
successes of evolutionary theory is that scientists predicted the kind of rock and geographic location where a fossil like Tiktaalik would likely be found. Here's what happened. The prediction, evolutionary biologists knew that the earliest known tetrapods, four-limbed vertebrates, were from rocks about 365 million years old. Earlier lobe-finned fish were known from rocks older than that, around 385 million years old. The reason that the rocks of an intermediate age, about 375 million years old, might contain animals with features intermediate between those groups. They also looked for rocks that had been deposited in ancient river deltas or shallow freshwater environments, exposed at the surface, and dated to the late Devonian period. Why Ellesmere Island? The team chose Ellesmere Island because it was exposed to late Devonian sedimentary rocks of the right age and environment. Today, it is in the Arctic, but 375 million years ago, it lay much closer to the equator. After several expeditions, they discovered Tiktaalik rosea in 2004. What was predicted? It is important to be precise about the prediction. Scientists did not predict that Tiktaalik itself would be there, or the exact location of the fossil. They did predict the age of the rocks, the type of environment, and that rocks fitting those conditions were likely to contain fossils with a combination of fish and early tetrapod features. The discovery matched those expectations. Creationists' response. Creationist organizations generally agree that the scientists successfully predicted where to search for the Devonian fossils. However, they argue that this does not prove common ancestry. They contend that finding an extinct organism with mixed characteristics is compatible with creation, and the prediction was based on the known distribution of fossils in rock layers rather than demonstrating that one kind evolved into another. Summary. So, historically, the answer is yes. Scientists used evolutionary expectations to guide their search and found a Tiktaalik. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
I heard it Tiktaalik, but you do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, man, I'm just going through it. So
Yeah,
anyhow,
you're doing good.
in rocks of the predicted age and depositional environment. Whether that constitutes strong evidence for evolution is a matter of interpretation, but the prediction itself is well documented and is often cited as a successful example of evolutionary reasoning. All right. Well,
One other thing that it did, which the creationists don't mention there, is it provided further validation of dating methods. Um, you know, they had to rely on those methods to know exactly where to look for the fossil, and the methods worked. So that was another piece of evidence that the creationists in what you just said didn't mention the dating methods. So you can keep watching this if you want.
Well, now you've got me curious. But as
So
far
are
as
you a freaking Christian evolutionist now, Brandon?
No,
Come on.
no. I'm just saying.
No, man. Even though he just pointed up all that actual
Oh,
evidence,
I
I'm
know.
just gonna stick back to all the bullshit.
Give me a break, dude. As far as like, I'm just weighing out the evidence at the moment, buddy.
I'm just weighing it out, bro.
The thing is, though, that creationists accept all these different evolutionary processes. They try to change the name to adaptation or what have you, but you know, they accept speciation, what happened after the flood, except their speciation is very rapid. It only took 4,000 years to come up with the biodiversity we see today. And they can't what are the limits of that speciation? They've never been able to define that.
What are the limits of that speciation?
Right. Those events are happening in the gene pool. So if you have a basal cat kind on the ark, for example, you have two, say, basal cats, and those breed and breed through natural selection to become all the species of cats that we see today, lions, tigers, what have you. What are the limits of that? Where does that end? Where does that stop?
I mean,
well, you know,
I have no idea. Like, what do you mean? As far as like, how would anybody know the answer to that question?
Well, there is in evolution, you wouldn't know the answer to that, but you know, you guys are the ones that are saying that there's only microevolution and that macroevolution is basically a fiction. And I'm showing you that you guys actually do believe in macroevolution. There actually is speciation. And these changes that we see from even your perspective of a basal cat kind to a tiger, for example, is happening genetically through genetic changes over generations. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. Well, I mean,
So you accept all the processes of mutation, natural selection, sexual selection, and all these things, but you aren't able to to let us know where it stops and where microevolution stops and macroevolution begins.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like, I mean, I don't, I don't think we're going to see any new, species popping up. You know what I mean? And I mean, there might be other new little fucking insects, this and that. Some species, I suppose. But I mean, as far as like, I think we're already there. I don't think we're going to see much changing from here. You know what I mean? I don't think. I mean, I don't. I don't believe in evolution. So I mean, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, but you do. You call it adaptation, and you have different words for it. And what you're describing is evolution.
And it's like how you are actually a dispensationalist as well.
I'm also a Calvinist. Welcome to Calvinism.
You know
what I mean?
well. You're a 5-point
I just have no clue what the fuck I believe. You know what I'm saying? I just believe all this shit. I didn't even know.
Brandon, I just want you to really look hard at least old Earth creationism as opposed to young Earth creationism. And seeing that all the young Earth creationists have to back them up is genealogy and Genesis. And
let me share one of my. Are you familiar with Dr. Jason Lisle?
Oh, I've heard the name before for sure.
Can I just say something about this young Earth, old Earth thing real quick? Because I've been actually wanting to say something about this. I remember the fucking Mark Reed saying like there was some place in some country that they were drilling for oil, and they were basing on the drilling from oil on an old Earth, or no, like a young Earth, and literally, so they were drilling for oil. and they believed that it was a certain point, and they never got to it because of the young Earth theory. And then somebody told them about like where the oil actually is because
Based on
of
old Earth, right?
you're right. And it's just like that being said to Brandon, it still doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter anything that you say to him. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, a geologist knows that you want to look in the Carboniferous layers because that's where you had the abundance of organic matter that went to form oil. And, all oil drillers are following an old Earth model, and they seem to have been pretty successful at finding where the oil is. So I hear what you're saying there.
And then but I feel like Brandon's like, if we went and tried to tell Brandon that on his land, he'd be like, no, you guys are fucking stupid. I'm just not even going to do it. We ain't drilling extra fucking, I ain't listening to this shit.
I don't believe in old
He'd be a
Earth.
billionaire if he drilled like 20 more feet or something. But...
Exactly, but he's like, nope.
Whatever, dude. Come on, man. So
I mean, that's basically your mindset. That's basically really, in a sense, your mindset for real.
My mindset, bro. So you just relax for a second.
Yeah, it is.
I just want to introduce, this is Hugh Ross. He is an astrophysicist. Dr. Jason Lyle is also an astrophysicist. Hugh Ross is old Earth. Dr. Lyle is young Earth. So now, we can listen to two qualified individuals discuss the matter, and you tell me who you think is correct.
I would just say that, like Mark Reed said, there's thousands of fucking people that just, believe in evolution. Maybe a couple that believe your way, and now we have to listen to a couple of them right now. And it's just like he's like, why should I do that? I don't believe this shit.
Don't you think
and
it's
I don't care
smart
what
to
these
listen
fuckers
to
have to
both
say
sides
either.
of the story?
I've heard it.
Yeah,
you've heard it. You've studied this matter out thoroughly, have you?
But Brandon, there isn't just two.
All
there
you're
isn't-
trying to do.
I'm sorry, Spider.
Sorry, all you're trying to do, Brandon, is just like prove how, Jesus is God, Jesus is real. Oh, I had a question I was like really pondering earlier. Okay, so my grandma and grandpa, okay, they're Catholics. All right, they're really nice people, great people. Retired. They don't do anything but watch TV, do some carpentry shit, and go to church. Love Jesus. Have a picture of Jesus. Has the cross on, like a crucifix or whatever they are. The little beads and shit. Do you want me to go over there and fucking tell her that she's actually grandma and grandpa? Man, I need to sit you down. Okay, I've been talking to this guy Brandon. Okay, he actually knows the real fucking way. And this God that you're fucking you're believing in, grandma and grandpa, this is a fucking satanic God.
Oh.
Well,
do you want me to? Should I do that?
Jesus picture that you got here, Grandma, that ain't Jesus.
Yeah, do you want me to go over to my fucking grandma's house, pull that picture off the wall, point at it with like big eyes to be like, Grandma, you see this motherfucker? This is not Jesus. Okay? You don't think that... How do you think that's going to go over?
Well, I think that, if you just kind of showed her what's really going on here, as far as
Listen, Grandma, if you believe that this guy right here is fucking God and that this is Jesus, your ass is going to hell, Grandma. I'm just letting you know that. As she's fucking throwing shit at me to get out of my house because she thinks I'm satanically fucking possessed.
You know what the problem is, though, is that, Catholic people are taught to go and confess to their priest and everything, and they don't understand what repent means because they're taught to do penance. And this
don't care.
I know you don't care, but
I'm talking about
the whole point of the gospel is repent and believe. Repent means to have a serious grieving and sorrow in your heart for the wrong
You're just distracting from
for the wrong that you've done, so that you don't try to go to God with a half-ass apology. It won't work. Does that make sense?
Listen, do you think
Catholics don't do that, though? They don't even know that that's...
I mean, can I just say something real quick, please? So,
Sure.
like, my grandma, my grandpa, they got the Bible sitting there. My grandma's got her favorite, scripture verses and things like that she really likes. She really enjoys. She loves God. She loves Jesus. They go to church, very active in the church. They want to help the church continue to continue. Like, I just want to know, like, well, tell me what is satanic about this? Like, what is so like I need to go over there and just literally like let them know that they are gonna fucking burn in hell when they fucking die. Grandma, you're getting old. You're 80 something. Grandpa, you're the same. Listen, guys.
Yeah. Why don't you just start with asking?
Brandon.
Why don't you just start with asking them, Grandma, have you been born again? Sure, I was baptized when I was a baby. That's not what it means. That's why when you ask Catholics, have you been born again? They look at you like a deer in the headlights. You know what I'm saying? They have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, so like basically, you're totally on board for me to go over there, let them know that they're going to fucking hell soon. Yeah, I don't. You've been believing in this shit for 50 fucking years, Grandma and Grandpa. Listen, you and your little friends and your guys' little fucking Bible study group, and that you're all like really nice and all happy and everything. It's fucking satanic.
It's fucking satanic. You're such a dick, man.
You're fucking.
You gotta. I mean, you can't just go. You gotta approach people with love, dude. As far as
Okay, listen, Grandma, Grandpa, listen, guys, I really love you. Come here, give me a hug. Yeah, here, let me kiss you on the forehead. I just freaking love you, Grandma. But I just want to let you know that little group that you're over there with, okay? And just like, Grandma, listen, I just love you. God loves you and everything. But this group that you're with, they're not loving you for real. This group, Grandma, is like a satanic love group. They're love bombing you with satanic
such a clown.
Satanism.
Look, Spider, the matter is that the Bible says, Jesus says directly, you must be born again. That means that you've been adopted into God's family. That means you're no longer Satan's property. That's why it's important.
I know.
Well,
I know.
I'm trying to break this down for you simple, but
Well, just break the news to me right now, please. Just let me know, because I know that that if I go do that, I know it's not going to work. They're not going to believe me, obviously. So I just need you to let me know straight up, so I can just know right now, like, just Grandma and Grandpa's going to hell.
Grandpa and Grandma's going to hell. Well, that's where you should ask them, Grandma, have you ever been born again? But see, you don't even know. I mean, this is why, you're just sitting here cracking jokes. It's cute.
You've condemned them all to hell, from what I understand.
Well, no, it's not me condemning anybody to hell. I don't have.
But I've heard Christians say, yes, there are a lot of Catholics that are saved and are going to heaven. But I think you said that none of them are saved, and that because they're in the Catholic Church, they're going to hell.
Well, I certainly don't. I've never said that, but I certainly don't. I certainly don't believe that somebody that has been born again and indwelled with the Holy Spirit and being led into all ways of truth. I don't know how you can read your Bible and when it says, like in Matthew 23:9, for example, you're never to call another man on earth father, yet this is what you guys are taught to do, to call the priest father and everything. It says
they
that
using father in terms of God? You're not to call another man God. That's why they call it the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're not talking about a human there. He's talking about God, isn't he?
No, this is Jesus speaking. Hold on.
Saying don't call another man father, which
yes,
means don't call another man God.
No,
I don't call another man father because my dad left when I was a kid. But still, what if I did have a dad and I was like, hey, Dad?
You got to understand what's being said in context.
You're my father, right? He's like, no, I'm not your father.
Can you shut up for a second, please? Fuck, man. Anyways, then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, The scribes and Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do, but do not ye after their works. For they say and do not. For they bind heavy, so he's talking about the religious hypocrites. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They just want people to think that they're, a good person. That's why they got to wear their silly little costumes and shit. They make broad their phylacteries. That's their robes. Their pretty little robes.
Yeah, I know
And
about that.
then
Hey, can I ask you something real quick? Hey, now I just got to thinking, what if actually the black community actually got a hold of this scripture where they're talking about do not call another man father, and so it's just like that's why, you know, like they all say like that ain't my kid. You
Well,
know what I
check
mean?
out how revealing this is, real quick. This is why I'm saying I'm against all of this fucking religious nonsense. Here's Jesus basically breaking down that, I don't want you guys to be flexing religious authority over one another. That's a fucking no. So your little ideas of your little hierarchies of priests and shit is a no. Jesus is the high priest. Every single born again believer is now destined to be a king and a priest of God. So this is
Whoa.
what, yeah, you don't, I can show
Wow.
you several other scripture where he says, be not many masters. I don't want you guys all being Bible teachers. You'll know when somebody is, chosen by God when they have a God-given talent to do something, then this guy is from God.
Do
It's
you
really
think that
simple.
it's possible to believe in Jesus and then just like start talking to you guys and just absolutely get fucking sick of Jesus? They're like, God, I don't even know why the fuck I even did this.
Why are you acting gay now? Like, what's with the gay voice, Gabe? What the fuck's going on here?
I don't know what you're talking
Can you
about.
just shut the fuck up for a minute then there, Mr. Apples, so I can get to a
Well,
point,
listen,
be done,
hold on.
move on?
Can Chris say something? We haven't heard from Chris.
Yeah, hey, Chris, how are you doing, bro?
I'm just being patient. I just came in. I think they're being a little disingenuous with you with the having you accept, their definition of evolution. Yeah, we accept microevolution, but they're saying like change allele frequency or something. But
Oh,
you can't
fuck. I wish
take
I wouldn't have said shit. No.
you
Will
can't take.
Mr. Apples in his fucking place, please.
Let Chris finish.
I'm too tired, buddy. I've been on the. I just got in off the road not so long ago. I'm too tired to deal with that. But I was
Thank
just going to
God
come in
William's
and
here now.
help you out a little
Good.
bit on that evolution thing, dude.
Good to hear you, Chris.
Yeah, buddy. You say Will's in the house?
Yeah, Will Freeman.
What's up, buddy?
Hi, William.
You do sound tired, man.
Yeah, I've had 12-hour drive.
12-hour drive?
Well, because I stopped for a minute and did a couple other things. But it should only been about 8. But it's just kind of recovering. I got in that for last, but
that house
I
that
haven't
you
gotten my sleep. Yeah.
Hey, Big Bad Mama.
I do it all myself.
You're cutting out, Chris, I think.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll fix it.
What's up?
I was just gonna ask you shit. I forgot. Fuck.
Is that the first time you've been asked that, BBM?
No.
So anyways. But yeah, so let me just finish up here real quick on the scripture part. So, because, he's talking about all of these religious clowns. So, and he says, but all their works they do to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries and then enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feasts and the chief seats in the synagogues. They like people fucking looking up to them and, you know what I mean? Treat them as an authority. And greetings in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But be ye not called Rabbi, for one, because Rabbi means master. For one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. But he that is greatest among you shall be your servant. So this is why, all of this religious fucking garbage is designed to turn off intellectual people like atheists from all this religious bullshit. And that's
You know
why
what?
Jim Bob and the little religitard crowd flipped the fuck out on
give
my
atheists too
A lot
much
of times these
credit.
atheists aren't necessarily intellectually honest too,
Thank
though.
you.
You know what I
That's
mean?
what I was going to say. You can't just because someone's an atheist doesn't group them as intellectual. Their objection might be just purely because the character of the deity in the
Yep.
Bible, or just the fact that he's making
I
donkeys
think,
talk.
Will, you are, for the most part, pretty intellectually honest. That's why I like you a lot. So,
Doing the
I
best
like
I
as far
can,
as your,
Chris.
I like Will
yeah.
for that reason too. That even
And
though
he
we
respects
don't,
people that are intellectually honest. So,
even though we
I'm
don't
really
agree with that.
grateful for Brandon for being intellectually honest. And you know what? I think that I'm going over to fucking grandma's house and I'm gonna fucking take down all this religious garbage that she's got fucking hanging all over the fucking walls, these crosses and shit, and fucking Jesus and shit. I'm taking all
Whoa,
this
Hey,
religious
Carl,
garbage down.
calm down. You just let Grandma know that she's welcome in the hugging shed anytime.
whoa.
I will. So
She's a
she'll
sweet
be
but
lady. She's got
if I
big,
was
warm hugs.
if I was an
she'll be
atheist, though,
really happy to
I
hear
don't
that.
think I'd spend much time. I wouldn't even bother with it. If I truly, really didn't believe there was a God in any way, shape, or form, it's like Santa Claus. I don't believe there's Santa Claus. I don't waste 2 seconds thinking about it during the day. So I think there's a reason, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that there's a creator at some, I mean, whether you want to describe it as,
Chris,
which God.
what if I told you that I felt led, as it's my purpose to test the faith of the proud and vain?
I
Yeah, I
like
seen your
it.
comment earlier. You're gonna be the mini Satan that did the testing the
I
faith.
mean, it just comes natural to me.
It does. It does. Well, man, if that's what you want to do, I mean, you're free to
I
do it.
like it though. You know what I mean? It's not a bad gig.
But I also think, Will, that I think you believe in a creator, even if it's like, some type of deist or something. In that respect, you believe
Yeah.
some type of
Yeah.
creator.
I don't like
Yeah.
being called an atheist at all.
God. So,
Yeah. An atheist to me is someone who's made up their mind about a thing. And I haven't made up my mind about that particular thing yet.
I mean, it's so obvious that I mean, even if you believe in aliens create, I mean, then you're going to have the infinite regress, but or a simulation theory or something. I mean, like, it's pretty obvious that we didn't, we're walking around, we're talking, we're having this conversation. We didn't just get here by chance, dude. You know what I mean? The odds of
Well,
that are astronomical.
let's just say I grant you a creator God. Where do we go from
Right.
there?
We get start worshiping
Well, you just
daily.
have to start.
Just
Some people will say, oh, well, all the religions are kind of they contradict each other. You know what I mean? So then you just find the right one. You know.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's where I'm at. Let's just say that I believe that there's enough organization and structure in the cosmos to think that there's a design. From
Right.
there, I have so much to review to try and isolate which one of the mythologies has any evidence to it. And, I might search the rest of my life and never find any evidence for any of the gods.
Right.
That doesn't mean that the God that did create isn't there. I'm sorry, Mr. Apples, go ahead. Or whoever's talking.
William, it's Big Bad Mama.
Get close to the mic, BBM.
right here, I'm going to try to
sorry.
turn up your mic a little.
I'm sorry.
But what I heard you say last night that you
Here,
were.
let me turn your mic up. That should be
I
better.
was just going to ask you, can you say that you're atheistic toward the God of the Bible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I want to make that clear.
As it's presented in the Bible. Look, let me make a caveat. If I was to find out that the Jews were just like that God is real, but they were making up a tribal narrative around it, then I would reconsider. But at this point, I have no reason at all to believe anything about Yahweh is recorded accurately.
Gotcha.
You have no way that because because you're going to throw out the Bible as
I'm not here to throw out your Bible.
I am.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Apples is here for that. I'm just here to talk to you because hey, I told you why I was here, Brandon. I'll tell you again. You did say that you wanted to find the truth wherever it led you, and that I told you that drew me to you. And then the other thing is, I've noticed that you're not afraid to fact check in the moment, on the spot, with anybody. You thought I was messing with you about using your computer machine. I wasn't. I was urging you to do it because it shows intellectual honesty. You're willing to be checked by yourself live, and I respect that, and that's somebody I can work with.
He looked up Tiktaalik, which I thought was awesome.
That Brandon has like trained.
I like to know the
Yeah, but
facts.
Tiktaalik, it wasn't even a whole fossil, dude. It's like they did with Rhodesius and the fluke tail. They just kind of made it.
Let me just say
complete
this.
fossil.
Let me just say this too. I've done a great deal of higher.
But what about the tetrapod footprints they found 18 million years before that? What about that?
Nobody is saying when they mention the word transition, they're not saying that was a direct ancestor of ours.
Yeah, I know, but it's supposed to be like
they're
an
saying that
index
during
fossil.
that they're saying that during that time there are transitional forms that are coming about that are transitional between fish and amphibians. And you're talking 18 million years in relation to 375 million years. Do you know what that?
Yeah, but you know, like
5%.
the coelacanth or coelacanth or how you pronounce it. You know how they said that was the index fossil. They used it for a long time. That was the low fin fish. You can see the little low fins on it, and that was the
They're still
transitional.
low fin fish, yeah.
Yeah, but they found the exact fish washed
It's
up on
not the
shore in the
exact
70s.
fish. It's a
It
different
is the exact
species.
fish, dude.
No, it's
that's the
not.
same thing, dude. It's the same thing.
No, it's
What
not.
is? How can you prove different biological
You
pathways?
can
How can you
study
prove
it.
that,
You
man?
can study the morphology of the organism
Dude.
that's been fossilized.
When we find fossilized
You need to
spiders,
study it, bro.
when we find fossilized spiders and insects that are in amber, they're identical to the ones we have today, dude. Identical. 75 million years, and they're identical.
If an organism's perfect for its niche and perfect for its environment, it's not going to evolve.
Imagine,
quickly.
I know, perfectly imagine. How's those living fossils staying?
Humans evolved rapidly because of the change from a rainforest type environment into more of a savanna environment, and that's why humans evolved as quickly as they did.
Well, how does the fish like that for 300 million years avoid like all the like during that time you have like wolves supposedly going to whales and all these major changes, all these things taking place, and then this fish doesn't change at all? How does it avoid all the radiation
Evolution
from the
doesn't say
sun?
that organisms are changing at the same rate, and speciation is occurring at the same rate.
Can I give you my big problem?
Somebody just pouring.
Oh, that was just rubber. That was
Let
just
me give you my
rubber.
big. Let me
Don't
give you
worry
my
about
big
that.
problem. Let me give you my big problem with it. You have that first. They'll tell you that it happens slowly over millions of years, like point mutations, right? Gradualism. It's really slow.
Numi, shut up.
And okay, and then they tell you, well, sometimes it doesn't happen at all, like stasis, like living fossils. They don't change at all because they're magically suited to their environment. And then they had to figure out, well, sometimes it happens really, really, really fast. So they come up with punctuated equilibrium. So they have all their bases covered. So it's effectively non-falsifiable.
That's what they see in the fossil record. They're not
because it's like it
they're not
happens fast, it
inventing
happens
those
slow,
things.
it doesn't happen at all.
Wait a minute, let me
right?
finish. They're not
Go ahead.
inventing those things and then
Yeah, they are. It's ad hoc,
fitting them
man,
to
I'm
the
telling you.
fossil record. They're
Can I
seeing
quickly
what they
tell Chris
observed in the
Keith
fossil
something?
record.
I'm gonna go if I can tell Chris Keith something quickly. Chris
What's up?
Keith, what up, bro? Yo, we're on the news unit. We're organizing a poker tournament. Buddy Time's in there. You guys are chilling like next
I'm gonna
week.
go
I heard.
I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go to Cherokee with him. Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna try
So
to.
are you in on the buy-in?
What are you gonna do? Like a local one online?
No, man. I'm gonna get a piece of the action. Okay, I'm buying in. I can't go because I'm in Canada, but I'm
You
gonna
gonna
buy.
sponsor Buddy Time? You mean sponsor
And
me? And if I make it to the final table, I'll split with
and
you.
you because you're meeting up with him, aren't you? Next week, I heard.
Oh, I'm gonna try to go to Cherokee, but I'm gonna catch him for dinner at least. But yeah, I'm gonna try to go to Cherokee if I can
I
swing
know,
it,
I
man.
heard. So are you going to the tournament?
I'm gonna try to. Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of things going on right now on my schedule.
It's
I'm gonna try to.
$400 buy-in, okay? I'll put in 200. These guys are
Fair
fucking
enough.
negotiating. They're saying 30%. I want 40%, okay? I'll pay for a
Well,
house
hold
in it.
on, no, hold off. Me and Buddy Time already had a thing that we're gonna, if either one of us makes it to the final table, we're gonna
Okay,
split
fuck
regardless.
these
So.
atheists, bro. Come into the news unit. Let's talk business. We're waiting for you, man. All right? I'll see you there soon.
I'll stop in there. All
right, chat.
But anyway, I'm sorry I cut somebody off. Well, but back to what you were saying. Somebody was saying something. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Well, let me just make one point here is,
Sure.
you're kind of demanding that science has every answer for every line of organisms. And, what do you have for
Well, the thing is, it's not. They
Brandon, are
put the
you
model.
in?
They put the model out. So I mean, I'm fair to criticize that
Okay, but
model.
you guys have put the model out too. It's young Earth creationism.
No, I'm not a young Earth. I'm not necessarily young Earth
Okay.
creationist. I mean,
You're old Earth creationist, or
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. You know what I mean? Like, I just know that, like, let's say for example, like, I just look at the evidence. They found dinosaur recently, like in the in the Hell's Bad, where they dug the dinosaur pits and they could smell the decay. Mary Slasher found soft. You can actually see the osteocytes, the bone cells. You know what I mean? You can see those are stretching under a microscope. That stuff does not last for 65 million years, dude. It was just broken in like a horn.
This
I mean,
is
in dirt.
what you were talking about in the
Just let me finish.
debate with Mark Reed, and he totally debunked
Yeah, I'm debating Mark
everything
Reed.
that he's saying right now that you were saying,
Man,
Brandon.
he's not. He didn't. But he thought he admitted, but he didn't. Mark Reed's always used those tired arguments from talk origins, and it's just been rehashed.
All right, well, okay. Listen, I remember I was gonna say earlier, Big Bag Mama. I was like, "Is there some? Am I noticing? Am I crazy, or is it like the people that have actually do the research, the science, the study? They do it. They've done it for freaking, their whole careers, and it's just generation after generation of people doing this, and then all of a sudden, it's like Chris or Brandon, they're like they come into the room and they're just like, yeah, it's just fucking crazy. You guys fucking believe that shit, and like,
they have to create a conspiracy.
It's like
Spider. They have to create that there's this global conspiracy against creation,
yes,
and which is just the craziest idea. A scientist would like nothing better than to turn evolution over and to come up with his own theory or her own theory about it, because that would make their name in science. There is no global cabal of scientists that are putting down, and Brandon says they're tied to the Catholic Church, and all these crazy conspiracies
you'll admit that there is in the scientific community there is a little bit of bias against Booga Booga.
There's a lot of bias against
and also that
you have grants, and grants might create some bias, but you're not going to create that globally in every country.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sorry, Brandon.
Okay.
Yes, Brandon.
But anyways, and whoever controls the funding for research can control, a lot on what people believe and are taught.
Well, it's kind of like the emperor with the no new clothes on. Like every branch of science, they just kind of like accept that the other branch has it right. So like most of them don't do their own study. I mean, they're just hyper focusing on what they're doing. So they just kind of agree with the other ones. But there's very few.
Mama,
even
one
you
more
are capable.
follow-up question. Can I just one more follow-up question?
Let me just say one thing real quick. You are capable of following the methodology that's given in each scientific paper. So it's not like, we just believe this guy because he's a scientist or whatever. There's people that are doing that same testing to make sure they agree with that person's conclusions. Go ahead.
Not always, though. But back to what I was saying earlier, like for example, when they found that soft tissue, and it's pretty obvious that why wouldn't they just concede at the very least that some dinosaurs might have lived longer than what they thought. That's not given into the creations or anything like that. It's because like it's obvious that that material, biological material, did not get preserved for 65 million years. You could put it in a freezer and it wouldn't have lasted that long. It would have decayed. There's no way. So see what I'm saying? They're
There's remnant
biased. They just
cells that
are.
were found. There's remnant cells that have been found, but whereas we have tissue, we have massive amounts of tissue that have been found from Ice Age mammals, creatures that lived during the Ice Age and have been preserved. We have
Sure.
massive amounts of tissue,
But
but
you're talking 10,000
these
years.
dinosaurs, all we have are cells and that kind of thing. So why don't we have tissue found with the
Oh no,
dinosaurs,
there's
like
no, that's
meat?
like the
No, I'm talking
protein.
about
Go ahead.
meat.
Well, they said they can smell the decay there, dude. If you can smell the decay, you know what I mean? It's
I'd have to
noted,
see that. Yeah, I'd have to see
Oh yeah,
whether
dude, it's
that's true.
widely noted. It's like that's the first thing they say when they dig them up.
Fucking Willie
You can.
I mean, it's just like I don't believe that this. I just gotta ask Big Bad Mama: is this the same fucking mindset what Chris and Brandon have? Is it like basically some kind of condition that's like similar to like why people believe in flat Earth? I mean, because I think it's exactly
Yeah.
the same
Oh
mindset.
man, fuck you, dude. Fuck
It is.
you.
I just don't think there's a
What do you think?
mechanism there.
It's an extreme view of the Bible. That's an extreme literal view to where the flat earther believes that that's biblical. And so I would agree with Spider that, yeah, that is, that's the extreme version of creationism is flat earth.
Have you ever looked into like Dr. Dennis Noble's work, where like he basically destroyed Richard Dawkins' self-esteem? Where like Richard Dawkins is always saying like the genotype because of the phenotype, but
I'd
there's
have to
things
check it out. Yeah.
outside of the genome, like epigenetic, that controls things too. So what I'm saying is like the theory is obviously not correct, and it can't work like they're saying it works. So it could be God guided it that way. Who knows? But I'm just saying like it cannot be the process like slow, gradual point mutation. You will never build something like the process of metamorphosis or something like that through that process. It's just impossible, man.
Dude,
So-
what do you think the process was to, like to how the Earth actually was formed to be flat? Like, and why do you think the scientists are?
I think that a
hiding
bunch
this
of fucking
information?
like CIA fucking cults came in with this flat Earth bullshit to make fucking Christians look ridiculous. Because there's no way you can fucking pull out of the Bible a flat Earth. It's ridiculous.
We needed the CIA to get Christians to look ridiculous. Really?
You need to fucking research what the Counter-Reformation movement was all about, and
Maybe they would like the CIA.
How
knew
much
that
do
they
you know
were
about the
fucking ridiculous.
Jesuits and the Masons? And, you know what I mean?
Where do you want to start?
Fuck, man. Start at the
mystery
Jesuits.
schools.
Start at the Jesuits.
Well, that's such a later
With
development.
Loyola.
That's such a late development in the mystery school development.
Okay, then take us wherever start wherever you want to start, because these motherfuckers need to hear it.
The Big Bang was actually proposed by a Catholic priest, was it not?
What
I think that goes back. That goes back to Kabbalism and shit, way back.
Well, I mean,
what
he
happened
confirmed it.
before the Big Bang, man?
Well, I mean, that is a valid
like,
question. Where did all of this stuff come from? You know what I mean?
That is a really good point. If you're going to follow evolution, you have to follow it all the way back to chemical evolution, and then you get back into like DNA trying to form out of nothing. Which, how in that world are you going? DNA is just a code. It's inert. You could put it in a petri dish, and it's going to do absolutely nothing. Now, if you put a cell in there, I mean, it'll survive until it has to reproduce, and without that DNA, it can't do anything either. So like you're gonna have to have all these things present at the same time. So
Okay, but hold on. Let's just I know your objective with trying to defeat evolution, but that will not put the issue about who the God is or that there's a God to bed. Okay, I definitely think if this is a
it
bad
just gets to the
scientific
designer, which you're already there.
I think that if this is bad science, then the holes need to be examined and it needs to be, fixed. We need to figure out what the truth is, right? But even if that, let's say evolution turns out to be totally true. It doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. And let's say it turns out to be totally false. It doesn't mean that God necessarily exists or doesn't exist. It's not one of those things that are directly dependent on the other.
Or not the God of the Bible, let's say. You could say that, yeah.
I don't think I understood what you're. What
Well,
were you?
it would have to be some sort of creator, whether like if it's some kind of force, like you're saying, or some kind of like creative force, something. You know what I mean? If you throw out both of those,
Yeah,
something
dude, I
created
had
it,
the same conversation with the dude next door in the trailer house back when,
You're such.
Does he sell meth?
Yes.
Oh,
They
yeah.
always do, don't they? They
Yeah,
always
man.
do.
Yeah.
Does anybody
Great
know
conversation.
Tom? Does anybody
Flat
know?
Earther, too.
Does
He knows his
anybody
shit.
know? Does anybody
Tom
know?
who?
Tom Pearl.
Just keep him back behind your video screen for a few minutes and see.
I think there's a preponderance of
I don't know
evidence
how to
for
keep him behind my. Oh, okay. I go like this, huh?
Yeah, and then ask him to talk.
Let's go. Go here.
a globe. But if somebody presented me with good evidence on the flat Earth, and I mean, I would be willing to change my mind on it. But I mean, I'm
I
always willing to
got
change
a
my
good
mind.
argument for you. Okay, like seriously, dude. Like, imagine you have a beach ball, okay, and you take
Hold on.
fucking, some water.
Oh god.
You pour it right on the ball. It falls off. I mean, that's the fucking,
It's the same rubber again.
Fucking guy.
Jeez.
He's like, someone please look at it.
Brandon, this
Somebody look at
you
my
and
little-
Maryland thing is getting kind of weird here.
Whatever.
Yeah, is this new, Brandon? Is this
That looks dope, doesn't it?
like how many do you do before we go? Okay, we're in stalker territory.
With Dave and all of them were talking fucking smack today, so I just
I mean, you couldn't do one every now and then with like Salma Hayek or something, like just to make it look less like you're.
You ought to just have you just asked her out, man.
No, but I'm just I mean I think she's cute, and that's where we're at.
That's what I'm saying. You kind of like,
Yeah, but you're.
She cute.
No,
her
he's
number or
holding
something?
out. He's trying to get rid of the crazy, which at this point in your life, Brandon, you should know that doesn't happen.
Well,
It doesn't have. They don't. They just get too tired to do the crazy things they think about doing, but they don't ever stop being crazy. That doesn't happen.
All women are fucking crazy.
A little crazy is good, Brandon.
But as long as they understand who the fuck is wearing the pants and how things go, you know
Brandon,
what I mean?
are you actually
Get
fucking
along.
kidding me with this? Are you actually kidding me with this shit?
What? What's the matter?
What do you think your perception is? How do you think other people perceive you exactly?
Concerning which?
Yeah, like what? I don't
Well, in reference to the photo.
Okay, yeah, that. Yeah.
How are you thinking you are perceived amongst your peer group here? 'Cause I'm trying to fucking figure this shit out. This is like, what is the second or third Maryland, and you like king, queen, godfather?
No, that's Hugh Hefner right there, dude.
No, there's gangsters in the background that
Yeah,
don't look
no,
Jewish.
it's the Godfather thing that's been going
trying
on
to figure
here
out if they were
yeah,
Christian
maybe
back there.
so.
They were all
Okay,
Christian
but
in
like
that.
Brandon, like just on the table, do you have any design or desire at all to have a relationship with Marilyn?
She's cute. I've said that.
So you just want to smash?
Well, no, I'm just saying
Okay.
she's cute.
She's cute, but you don't like her personality because she's crazy. But so that means you're physically attracted and want to smash.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, that's important. I definitely have to be physically attracted to even consider compromise.
I think they're saying, don't you think it's kind of weird that you've made 45 fucking goddamn thumbnails with Maryland in it? And you
This
don't
is
even
the
really know this
second.
fucking chick.
This is the second.
It's time to put the cock away, okay?
Did you guys fucking even hear Dave and them fucking going at Maryland this morning?
No.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Smokey never gives Dave any shit, but he like gives everybody else shit. And then Dave never gives Smokey shit. They're just sucking each other's asses all the time. What is
So then
with
why?
that?
who are the pictures meant for, Brandon? Who are? I mean, are you making them? Are you keeping them in a file or like?
It's subliminal. It's subliminal. He's sending a message.
Oh, I could see that. I guess like the more she sees it, the more she just feels like my
Exactly.
place is with
Whatever,
Brandon.
dude.
Exactly.
No, that's clever, buddy.
And it's also this is kind of how my lifestyle is, though. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
This is-
You're a hypnotist.
No, but as far as like, you know, I have a fucking, I have the
Where in the Arizona property are you sitting around the pool table in a luxury gaming hall on leather furniture wearing a fucking Hugh Hefner house coat?
Well, that's
when
When I'm
the fuck
Spain.
is any of this actually happening in your life?
Yep, it's happening, buddy.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
man, come on now.
In your head on AI.
Gonna have dreams, don't you,
What happened
Brandon?
in the morning? Can you catch me up? What did Dave
You
say
guys
to
have no
Marilyn?
idea how much fucking building experience I have. And
That's
you
all
know,
fine, but
just so
you're
you
not
know.
wearing that in the Arizona heat ever. That's just not.
Absolutely. In the wintertime, fuck yeah, I'll wear that.
I said the Arizona heat. What
Yeah,
month
not
is this?
in the heat. Yeah, not in the heat.
Anyways,
You
Brandon,
got her.
what
You got her
did Dave
smoking one of
say?
those.
Shut up. Sorry. So, anyways, but you know, my underground housing thing is a steady 55 degrees. That's nice.
52, right? I thought it was supposed to be 52 underground.
Well, I'm just telling you the plan that I
You're
have.
using too much electricity.
Oh, did we lose Big Bad Mama? Yeah.
Why does he want to stick around for this? Your weird obsession with this woman who you don't know anything about.
Okay, all I've said is she's cute. You're right. I don't know anything about her. So
Okay, but saying she's cute is one thing, but like everyone here, all the men sitting around the table are like, "Hey, dude, slow down with the pictures. The police are gonna visit you if you don't slow down."
Oh man, I'm just trying to paint a little picture. That's all.
There's the admission. There's that subliminal confession.
You know what I'm saying? So this is how shit rolls with Brando.
Somebody guessed right. Was that Chris? Chris, did you do that?
Yeah, he's kind of like not speak it into existence, draw it into existence.
It's the secret. He's using the secret.
Whatever, dude. Definitely.
Believe, conceive, achieve.
No,
He's a Freemason.
I'm a brutally honest person, so that's why I'm saying as far as
You need a vision board. You need a vision board with Marilyn on it. That'll really steal it.
Brandon,
Like step-by-step goal.
Hold on. What
I
did
think
Dave say in
she's
the morning?
cute. She sounds kind-hearted, and yeah.
Yeah, but
So
how are
what
you going to
did-
deal with the stiff competition or the soft competition in Numi?
So
What
see,
did
this
Dave
is
say in the
Rob
morning?
nails it. So there's that too. That's gonna be, you know what I mean? That's
But it was a lowercase g god, so it's
or
okay.
you're not gonna. I mean, but I'm just saying that's gonna cause major friction.
You're never gonna tell me what Dave said to
Well,
Marilyn.
Brandon,
in the
you're big
morning.
on the Bible. You know you're not yoked with unbelievers.
You're never
He's just
gonna
down
tell
for the
me.
friction.
Down for the friction, yo. Nah.
Are you gonna ever tell me, Brendan?
Yeah, I like pussy. Don't get me wrong, but it's
Numi doesn't.
I'm not willing to. I'm not. I don't want to be in the wrong relationship ever again. It's a
But if
total.
she wanted a relationship, I mean, like you'd be yoked with an unbeliever, though, right?
I'd be the ultimate unbeliever.
You'd be yoking it with an unbeliever. You'd be starting a.
Yeah, I consider that a big problem for sure. So
Okay.
all I've said is she's cute. If you would have heard the fucking conversation this morning over on Dave's channel, then you would understand why I just drew a little picture of this is how shit is.
So what happened? What was the conversation? Is what I'm asking, Brendan.
Oh, he's gonna pull one off while he listens. Don't
Dave had a
tell him.
fight with Jenny Lynn and she hung up on him, and then he's like, "Hey Marilyn, I'm gonna come fuck you," and it was like kind of awkward with some weird stuff going on or something.
Talk about Dave, right?
Yeah,
Oh God.
it was something. I don't remember exactly how it went down, but it was kind of something like that.
I missed all that.
You did.
Fuck, man. Why do I have to go to work? You guys are assholes. Yo, save the drama for lunchtime or after work, okay?
Okay, we'll just build our schedule around you.
Thank you so much, Brendan. I love you, man.
So, Brandon, what is your substance going to be now that BBM Big Bad Mama has left, and is anyone else wanting to take up the defense of evolution?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I mean somebody that can think and talk at the same time.
Dude, I can't believe you're still on this topic, Brendan. You just love debating atheists.
No, I'm actually, I mean, again, like nobody's recognized what I think is a fucking killer argument that, dude, you guys are fucking declaring yourself animals that I don't think you understand what that means in law.
That's not. Oh, come on, man.
That's the killer argument.
You're gonna argue with him about a definition in law?
I thought it was the vanilla bean.
Listen,
But it is important.
Brandon, you said earlier, we talked about this, the sheep are in the Bible, we're supposed to be sheep, and then you said what? Well, actually, what it's saying, we're just as dumb as sheep.
So you think it's saying in the Bible that we're actual fucking sheep? Give me a break.
I'm asking you.
Are you saying it's poetic?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're not actual fucking sheep. Jesus isn't an actual door. Jesus isn't.
Oh, we don't take
actual
this literal. We don't take this like
The
literal.
word of God is not
we have this
literally
thing
taken by
called
Brandon. Thank you
context.
so much.
Brandon. What is
Sorry
the
for
good?
misinterpreting.
You
What is the
atheists
good?
are debating a fake Christian. Okay,
Oh,
that's
thank
what's
you,
going
Numi.
on.
Numi,
Yeah, you're
shut
welcome.
up, Brandon. What are good things about sheep?
What are good things about them? That they're kind. They're little, nice little animals.
They're delicious. They're absolutely
cute.
delicious.
And they are delicious. I would say that too.
They are delicious. What about their pack mentality, their herding mentality?
Sure. Yeah, they
One
are.
always follows the other. They don't think for themselves. They just follow the leader.
I actually don't like lamb. Okay, if anyone's interested.
Thank you.
That?
I don't know. I just don't. It's that smell or something. I just don't like it.
I imagine it
They
wouldn't
are,
like
they
you.
are completely dependent on their shepherd too.
They are.
Um.
Not like those damn goats.
Yeah, this guy doesn't take the literal word of God literally. Okay, he thinks it's poetry.
Can you tell me the difference between something that's literal in the Bible and something that's poetic, Numi?
Like when it says Jesus is the door, it literally means he is the door. You got to enter in.
By the way,
him.
Freeman,
So where's his knob?
Freeman, if I could, probably better to
Open it
use the
up.
term analogical instead of poetic, because
That's what I
poetic
was thinking.
kind of a little
Analogous.
too-
Right.
Analogous would be a better descriptor, just to be more clear.
Smokey, you want to come to the Lord tonight in front of everybody?
I would like you to choke on a bag of dicks. How about
No,
that?
seriously. I
A
know
bag
you
of Bruce's.
you
The
on this
Lord is a
matter.
great idea. That's
Come
a
on,
great
Smokey.
idea, Numi.
And,
Come on, Smokey.
repeat
Just
after me.
believe. Just make
shut
yourself
the
back
fuck
believe,
up and
Smokey.
believe already, all right? Just shut the
No,
fuck
I
up.
want to
and
ask Smokey something.
Repent of your
We've
sins.
never talked about this. Smokey, do you think that it's possible to follow the instructions and make yourself believe a thing without evidence?
Well, he used to believe it until about 3 years
Sheesh.
ago.
You shut
I'll
the
just
fuck
say
up,
it.
Will Freeman. You're going to
Just
believe
fucking
tonight,
repent, Smokey. Now.
I'm
Every
asking
single
him
buddy
his
is gonna
opinion on
believe
something.
tonight.
You don't want
discussed
Smokey to
this.
speak?
I just think he needs to repent.
A little bit briefly the other night that people definitely don't choose their beliefs, but they will choose their value sets and value priorities, which will influence and even instruct beliefs. But beliefs themselves are a byproduct of a psychological epistemic justification, both emotional and logical.
Everybody is going to believe tonight.
Bravo. Well done.
Listen,
that was excellent.
asshole. You're going to
That was
believe
very
tonight.
concise,
Have you
too.
seen those
I
videos
feel
where
like that was really
they
honest.
test on like the
That was an honest
people with
argument.
split brains?
Believe you me, you will believe tonight.
Wait. How about this? Does anyone have an objection to what Smokey just said about being able to choose what you believe?
I don't really know what he even
No,
said
he's
because he
right.
just sounds like a fucking. He needs to clear his throat. It's just objective justification similar to the structure of the
my point. My point being that Numi giving him shit about him not believing and saying you're going to believe tonight unless you're packing a pocket full of evidence. It's not. You're just going to be disappointed like your marriage.
I got a
See, this is
fistful of
why I
evidence,
gotta tell you about
Smokey's just
Hadoop is a
gonna be the
fucking
type of guy that's gonna
asshole.
make sure he's got justification for his
I'm gonna
Justification,
beliefs.
beat
simple as
the
they say.
fucking shit out of you until you believe. How's that, Will Freeman?
Who the fuck are you talking to?
You. I'll fuck you up, motherfucker.
Dude,
You're
I'll
gonna
just climb. I'll climb up 3 steps and you'll be out of wind before you get to the top.
I'm gonna make
I
a
stepped
believer
out
out
of the
of you
doorway
tonight.
and
I'm gonna fuck you up,
measured out my
bitch.
restless doubts and
Okay.
justification of the
Spider, you wanna
a
fuck this
critique and
guy up
misery
into a believer
till I
tonight?
kept on walking out.
I'm gonna fuck him so hard he's gonna make him into a believer
Whoa.
tonight.
See, that's another gay thing that you've said. You say a lot of gay things, Numi.
I'm gonna make you believe, motherfucker.
Numi, would you like to talk about what you've been hiding?
Yeah.
I know why you weren't interested in your wife.
Because I'm really interested in you.
I remember you asking Tom if y'all could get together and do a sleepover and stay up all night and play video games and stuff. You remember doing that?
Fuck, don't mention that. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but it hasn't changed. You're still longing for companionship from men, and you know you like to talk stuff to women in front of the guys so they think that you're cool. But you said yesterday you weren't interested in like getting healthy or anything. You really don't care what women think.
To be honest, I would love to have a sleepover with Tom. You know what I mean? And I would love.
Oh no, I believe you. I really do. Did you say live stream?
Hey, everybody. Yeah. Hey, everybody. This is Praise I Am in his pajamas. Okay, his pajama pants. That would be an epic stream. I would love to do that. Not with you though, you fucking weirdo. I don't want to see you.
Oh, I'm terribly disappointed.
I would love to see the fat ass Praise in his pajama pants. I think that would be fucking hilarious.
It's just what you're into, I guess, right?
The chunkier ones.
There's no shame in it. There's no shame in it. It's just you need to be honest with yourself and your Christian brothers.
You're a little bit too skinny for me, bro.
But like your Christian brothers should know, like because they're the ones
Isaac.
that you want to have sleepovers with.
Way off the
Turned
rails.
off by Isaac.
Well, let the man confess. That's part of cleansing the soul and the conscience.
I am so turned off by Isaac, guys. You have no idea how much the fucking guy turns me off.
Something real quick.
What about Amicus? How do you feel about Amicus?
Hold on, real quick,
Amicus.
just real quick. Halsey will be right back. She let everybody know that in the back chat. She will be right back. BRB. Okay, continue.
Thanks. Yeah.
Should
Should we wait for her to get back?
Yeah,
We should
we're
wait.
waiting on.
Nobody say anything until she gets back. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Is she fingering herself? I know.
Would
I
that
sound
interest
hot.
you? Would that interest you at all?
Yeah, women like to fuck themselves when they listen to me.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's ever been true once.
I make women wet.
I think if there are recordings of you in the future, women will use it, like to like turn themselves off.
Numi, tears don't count. Tears don't count.
Yeah, don't
So,
you
Numi-
ever buy a tear suit, Numi.
Numi, I'm going to remind you, it doesn't say anywhere in the 10 Commandments that you can't be attracted to other dudes.
I don't like you like that, man.
Oh, I know you don't like me like that.
I like who was it? Oh yeah.
Oh, Halsey's
Praise
in the
I Am.
kitchen. She's still listening, guys. Just
Hey, Halsey.
Hang tight.
What are you wearing,
make me a
Halsey?
sandwich.
I wonder
Sandwich.
what she's wearing tonight.
Numi, I thought you were going to give us the name of that person that you do like.
Halsey sounds like a man, but I wonder if she's hot.
Well, you were saying all those things about hoping that she was the kind of she-male.
She sounds like a man. How does she sound like a man?
She's
What
got
if
a
she had
really
man
thick voice.
hands? Would you still date her?
No,
And she
she's
never
got a-
goes on
she's
camera,
got a-
dude. It's the weirdest
She's
thing.
got a good voice. Female
Yeah, I know
voice.
you guys are into that. Just admit it.
Uh,
You're
Projection.
hoping,
Radio.
you're hoping she's got a dick.
Numi, how would you feel if she had a bigger dick than you?
Oh,
That's
shit.
guaranteed. That's guaranteed.
Probably give him a round of high
He's got a
fives.
micro penis, so it's very possible she could.
Have you guys ever been in that situation before?
Tell us more.
I have. Okay, I was really drunk at the bar. Okay, and it was last call, and this chick came up to me, and I was like, "Oh shit," she's pretty hot, right? And I'm fucking wasted, dude. And then I noticed something on her throat, right? And I'm like, "Oh, is that an Adam's apple?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just fucking drunk right now." And my friends kept laughing at me, and my buddy's like, "It's a dude."
But you took him home. But you took him home anyways, didn't you?
Yeah, but it or whatever it was grabbed me and started taking me to the fucking hotel room. We were downtown Toronto, and my friends just watched this fucking thing take me away. Okay, and it was the wildest fucking night of my life. All right.
I find it hard to believe that anything is grabbing you and taking it away.
Dude,
I was
was it a
drunk, dude.
guy, Numi? You're trying to are you breaking the news here?
No,
I think he kind of just did,
dude?
man. Yeah.
No.
You're a pretty big dude, Numi. How big was this?
It was a girl, okay?
With an Adam's apple.
apple.
It had an Adam's apple, okay? And
That's not a girl.
When she or it
She
or
said,
whatever
"Wow."
it was,
Where is
when
Numi's
it
Adam's
pulled
apple?
pulled out the thing, it pulled her pants down or whatever. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" I was fucking shocked, man. It's traumatizing because it looked like a girl with tits
was
and
a guy?
everything. It was a guy, but it was a girl.
Oh my god!
But you said you noticed off the bat it was an Adam's apple. I mean, that's just a dead giveaway.
Yeah, but luckily we're all staying in the same hotel room, and my buddies barged in, just dying laughing. One guy was recording on his phone, and I was so fucking embarrassed, And I was like, "What?"
Yeah, you should be.
I didn't know,
slept with a
dude. I
dude.
didn't know. Yo, they'll trick you, man. Have you seen some of them? They'll fucking trick you. You'll fall for it too, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, you seen it, and then you still went and did it.
No, I
Yeah, but
didn't
he
see it.
stopped after the third night in the hotel. He's like, I've just had enough. I can't continue to do
Yeah,
this.
after I saw it, my buddies came to my rescue. Thanks God. But
Because
yeah.
if they hadn't, boy, oh boy,
They got in there too, so it was a wild
No, but
night.
if we're staying in different, whatever,
got
we're all sharing the room, right? If they went to another room, I would have got fucked by a tranny that night.
Oh my God.
I would have got my ass handed to me by a tranny with big tits.
You
Really?
would
Is
have
that-
thought you would have learned from Smokey and not told people this fucking stupid ass story.
I didn't do it. He actually did it. He's
God.
fucking gay. I thought I was gonna fuck a woman, and then
Now,
I
the
found
truth
out.
of the story is somewhere.
I don't know how that goes. Though. I think he would have to
Somewhere
suck the
else.
dick to technically be gay. I don't know.
I think you have to do it to be gay. I found.
How much
out
did
and
you
I
end up
just
paying the
died.
guy?
No, it wasn't a prostitute, man. It was some fucking
Right.
tranny at the bar, just hanging out, waiting for her next victim. It was fucked.
Well, her phone app led. Oh, his phone app led him to you.
Yo, but listen, man. There's two kinds of
I
trannies.
was still giggling over the whole idea if my friends wouldn't have come and rescued me. I'd had 3 dicks in me, man.
Yeah, man. That would have
Wait a
been
minute,
fun.
wasn't that Numi? No, it was Brandon that said that. Well, Brandon, you were telling the story about like you were outside the nightclub, remember? And you saw this hot chick, and she turned around and it wasn't a hot chick; it was a dude.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you liked it from behind though, didn't you? You liked it, didn't you? He turned around.
What the hell?
Okay,
You and you
on
have the
See, it
same
happens
story.
to the best of us, boys. Don't judge, man. It could happen to you too, because there's two kinds of trannies. Okay, I don't know if you guys agree or not.
You know a lot about trannies.
But just so you
There's
know.
the ones that got the sex change. Okay, they did it themselves. There's ones that are born looking like a woman. They're very petite, very feminine. Okay, they got tits. Okay, naturally, dick. Do you understand? And those ones will fucking
Yeah,
trick
but
you,
that's
man.
that's a man though. If they're born with a pecker.
Yeah.
But listen, she
clear.
looks like a woman though. You don't understand. She doesn't look like
It's
she got
not.
a sex change.
It's not a
It's not a
she. It's a
butch
he.
man
We do
pretending to
understand.
be a woman. No, it's not anything like
That's the
that.
problem. We do understand.
Yeah, they're very feminine.
Yeah,
And
who's
when
that
you're
one
fucked up-
famous? There's a famous. There's a tranny named Blake.
Oh God! Now you know about
Oh,
trannies.
wait! I know who he's talking about.
Blair White.
Blair
You do.
White. Blair White. I knew it. There's a commentator,
fuck
a
is
weird
that?
conservative. It's like a conservative tranny. It's weird.
It is a trip. So anyhow,
this
is a
Took us
dude.
down a tranny rabbit hole.
Hey, we don't need all this. We don't.
Yeah,
Look
whatever.
at it,
like,
William.
if you saw
Look
this
at
thing, yeah, if you saw her, wouldn't you
Okay. This
like?
is Numi. Don't say what you're about to say. That is a man. Numi, that's a man.
And
Let's
then you
ask
find
Smokey.
out
Smokey,
after.
if you were at a football game bored, would you or would you not, Smokey?
Oh
thing
yeah,
would trick you, for
I'd let
sure,
this
man.
fucking thing deep throat me down to the nines. Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't
That's so
expect
fucking gay.
anything less.
Did you guys hear that? Yo, did you hear that, Spider?
Wait. After all the gay
I
shit
heard
you've
it.
said in the last 10 minutes, you're gonna point out the one
No,
thing
I
that
didn't do it.
Smokey.
This guy's like, I would let him deep throw me to the nines. That's a fucking
Yeah, I
gay
mean,
shit.
I didn't say I'd fuck it. I mean, I'd let it suck my dick. I thought that's what you were
No,
talking
you
about. I
said
wouldn't
you
fuck
would
it.
deep
I mean,
throat it. You said
I would
you
not
would
fuck
deep
it.
throat
I would
it.
not fuck it. I would let it go down on me. I
I
would
think
not
if
fuck
you
it.
letting it
I
suck
guess
you, you
Freud
might
was
have
right,
gone
eh,
in and
Numi?
fuck it.
Viewers are going
You
down.
let that slip. You see that? I would deep throat that fucking thing to the nines, you know? And then
That is not
guys
what
are
he
all going to
said.
hell.
so that
That's
just
not-
shows that he
I would
didn't get his
skull
dick sucked.
fuck the brain out of Blair White. I'd have no
please.
problem with it.
You're
Oh
fucked.
my
See,
God.
I have no
Brandon,
problem.
you brought it up. You put the picture up, right? Was that
I
you?
apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
learned
like,
it.
okay, so like, wouldn't you get tricked? Come
I
I
would
need to
have
go to
no problem.
confession. I'm going
Now
to
put up a
confession
picture
tomorrow.
of a butch like trans like
No,
Numi,
I've
has
never
it
been tricked like that ever.
Numi,
Never.
has it ever occurred to you once in your life that not all men are so desperate that they will fuck just anything they can get their hands on?
Bro, I didn't know it was a guy.
Look, okay, fine. I'm
Dude,
just saying
And
the
then when I
chase is the
found out,
problem.
That's what they all
instead
say,
of saving me, my friends came in there to embarrass me. The guy was like, one of my buddies was like literally crying on the floor, laughing so hard. You know, he
So they
sounded like a
like
little bitch, right? He
they
was just
basically
dying
came in
laughing.
there and helped you out because like you were kind of they helped you kind of you couldn't fucking get it in, so they kind of helped you
Yeah, but
guide
one
it
guy was videotaping it, bro, and
and
he still has the
videotaping
video.
it. Oh God.
Yeah. He barged in there with his fucking phone camera on. And my other
While
friends
you
dying
were
laughing.
fucking a dude.
And everyone was drunk. And I was so embarrassed, boys. You know, I wish I
Yeah.
fucked her, but I didn't even at least do that. You know what I mean? I was just standing there with my cock in my hand.
I mean, I swear to God, somebody is archiving this for the fucking spank bank later.
Your
I
cock
fucking
in
hope
between
so.
your fingers.
How did we get devolved into this? Good old
I
Numi.
know.
Braze is going to be playing clips of this for a hot minute.
You know?
Brandon's
going to hell.
I
No,
know
it's
Brandon
going to be
would
more
it
like,
too.
see, look, Smokey is a fag. It'll be that type of shit.
Oh,
You
he's
are a
still
fag.
watching the
if you
pod?
cheated on your wife with a dude.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Lo would love to watch. What are you talking about?
I was about
Whoa, his name's somebody knew me, right?
I was about to say low would dig it, huh? That's crazy.
Lo would love to watch you fucking tranny. That's fucking kinky, man. That's really kinky.
Well, that's I mean that's why
Whatever they're into, right? Guys,
You guys
look
are
up Smokey
Christian.
Saint on YouTube. You'll see younger videos of Lo on Will Kincaid's bed, and Will Kincaid is on the computer, and there's another weirdo there grooming her. And this is before Smokey started grooming her. It's on YouTube. You can look it up. Just search Smokey Saint. You'll see all the conspiracy on YouTube.
Yeah, he like literally freaking turned a real boy into a woman.
Right?
It's crazy.
And he's telling me he literally married a transsexual.
It's fucking nuts, man.
Who are you
I
fucking
don't know what
talking
is
about,
going
Ron?
on down there.
You lost me.
Lo was a boy, Brandon.
Yeah, Lo was a boy.
Lo was never a boy.
I mean,
Yeah.
Finding that extremely difficult to believe.
Go look it up, dude. There's videos
Low
of her.
man. Come on, dude.
Lo was a fucking boy, man. His name
You may have a hard
Lionel.
time telling Numi, but it's not really that hard to tell.
His name is probably Lionel or some shit.
Bro, go on YouTube, search Smokey Saint, and you'll see all the conspiracy videos, and they're all real. They're all from Will Kincaid's channel.
They're all real.
Yeah.
How
They
many
are.
of the disciples were gay? Were any of them married? Yes. I'm pretty sure like all of them were married.
Yeah, but didn't they have to leave their wives and kids and go out and
They were not all
sell
married. Brandon, they were not all married. In fact, most of them weren't even over 18.
And Paul advises guys to not get married if you can possibly help it.
Is that true?
I think
So
he was a
I
lot
never
like
knew
me.
the exact ages of all of those.
Yeah,
That's
look
true,
it up.
huh?
They believe one of them was as young as 13. Look it up.
Wow. I
I
never
had to
thought
get
about
married.
that.
I couldn't
Jesus
hold my
was
liquor
like
in.
Jesus was a great groomer. You guys don't know about this? Go look it up.
You're an
I mean,
asshole.
think about it. They were in the
Let me
lowest
give
part
you
of the
proof. You want the
fishing
proof?
community.
You want the proof? You want the proof?
No,
When they had
I
to
don't
yeah.
think
What's
that
the,
Yeah,
what's the
actually
proof
visited,
of that?
proves
What's
when
the
they
proof?
visited
your
Jerusalem and they had
satanic doctrine.
shut the
No,
fuck up,
shush.
you fat retard. Okay, so when they go to Jerusalem, they have to pay the temple tax. It's only Peter and Jesus that have to pay because they are the only ones amongst all the disciples that are old enough to have to. Ooh, boy, that's rough.
Wow. Where did you come across that? That's brilliant. That's good.
What the fuck?
It makes sense though, because they were on the lowest part of the fishing scale. They were still out sitting in the boats, pulling the net.
Good night, atheists.
You going to bed, Numi?
No, tell them good night, man. They're preaching false doctrines.
Oh, would you
Doctrines
like
of
to
devils.
talk about doctrine, Numi?
It's good to know all of the arguments, dude.
Numi, you want to talk about doctrine, buddy?
Yeah.
No, you're too caught up with all this Satanism, man.
What is Satanism? What is that?
Denying God.
So anyone that doesn't are Jews Satanists? Would they deny Jesus?
Whoever denies God, okay, is doing the devil's work.
Most of the planet is Satanists. Is that what you're saying?
That's why I call you a Satanist, because you deny God.
Do you vote and drive yourself around? Do you do both of those things? Oh, that's right. You're in Canada.
I'm a productive member of society. Fuck you. I make more money than you. I have a
Sure
better
you
life
do.
than you.
Numi.
I have more savings than
Numi.
you.
Numi, where's your wife?
I have a clearer mind and heart than you.
Is that true?
I have God that you don't
I don't know
have.
that. I don't know that.
Okay, and if you don't have God, you don't have anything.
Numi,
that's
that was
what
a
I
big
do know.
that was a big fluffing. You just fluffed yourself for a little
I
while. Do you
think
feel
he does
better?
have God, William. He does have God. And when you have God, you sound like these people.
Oh.
Do you want to have God in your life, Spider?
No.
Why? You want to sound like these people, like William?
I don't want to sound like, some crazy person that's like, the justification of the scripture is, clairvoyancy, philosophical
I don't sound like that.
explanation.
When do you ever hear me say stupid shit like that?
I'm talking about Smokey.
I know these guys. That guy doesn't have God either. What are you talking about?
Brandon, it's very
fuck.
forgiving. It'll spell check you on its own, Brandon. You don't even have to do all that.
That was epic. Somebody sound clip that. Somebody, please, for the love of God, sound clip that. That was epic. And you guys know he's a Jew, right? He literally admitted it. And I have no problem with Jews, but it just makes so much sense.
He's got a Jew face.
You know, yeah, his personality, the way he thinks, the way he moves, the way he
the whole
talks.
thing.
You know, all
It's
his
fucking
greedy,
Jew
fucking
written
weird
all over it.
bastard
20
ways.
years old and upward.
And
But
I
still,
love Jews. Don't get me
it
wrong.
means they're under
But this
they're under
guy,
20.
this guy is definition.
You know, honestly, I think we should I wonder what is
can we-
actually up in the attic.
Yeah,
he's
what
probably
I
got a bunch
mean,
of fucking
Do
Jews
you
hide
see
now.
it, Brandon? Do you see the thing about the so he's got to be at least right about him being under 20.
Well, I mean, it certainly suggests. Yeah, sure. Hold on.
And then he goes,
suggest.
Are we trying to talk about how basically the Bible
could you put the
justifies
monkeys
pedophilia?
back in the cage for a minute?
Yes. This guy is.
So what are the other reasons that they would have been able to bypass the temple tax? Smokey might know, but are there
That's
any other
literally the
exceptions?
only way. That's literally the only way, is if they were
I
not old enough to
I
have
had a
to.
phone call. Right. Were they not able to, if they didn't have the money, they could give like a bird or something? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah,
there
but
was something. There were some sort of shortcuts if you didn't have the thing that was required or requested. But I don't remember exactly what it was in that instance.
It could be that it didn't say on that. So
It says the tribute referred to is commonly understood as the half shekel temple tax, which according to Exodus 30:14 was required of males 20 years old and upward. Some have argued Jesus paid the tax for himself and Peter only. Therefore, perhaps the other disciples were under 20 and not required to pay. However, this is not conclusive. The text does not say the other disciples were exempt because of age. They may simply not have been present in the conversation, or Matthew may have omitted details.
That's horseshit. That's horseshit, and you know that's horseshit.
Second,
why is
if
it
they were like
why is it
19,
horseshit?
18,
Wait,
I
let's
don't know what would matter. Go ahead.
Well, because
hear why
it's just trying to make excuses narratively for the clear exception that's in the narrative. It's just saying like, oh, maybe they didn't mention it, or maybe they weren't exactly there with them. They were traveling together. Like, it's stupid. That's a stupid thing to say.
I'm just trying to find a way to give benefit to the doubt.
What the fuck? That does sound a little bit satanic, motherfucker.
This isn't the only argument for it.
What is satanic?
I'm just playing, dude.
I will say that you did mention one of my favorite movies, The Devil's Advocate's been my favorite since it came out in theaters. Yeah.
Dude, that's a great fucking movie, dude. I mean, it's, I think it's revealing a lot of truth.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I don't want to distract from this. This is important.
Second, Peter was likely older. Peter was married. When Jesus was come into Peter's house, he saw his wife's mother laid. Matthew 8:14. This suggests Peter was an adult. The New Testament also mentions that other apostles, including Peter, had believing wives. 1 Corinthians 9:5. 3. John may have been quite young. Church tradition often portrays John the Apostle as the youngest disciple. Some have estimated he could have been in his late teens, but the Bible never states his age. 4. The disciples were still living with the family. Some disciples were still working in their father's businesses, James and John and Zebedee. But in first century Jewish society, adult sons commonly remained in the family trade, so this does not indicate they were minors. What's the evidence? The evidence does not prove that many of the disciples were under 18. A balanced conclusion would be Jesus himself was about 30 years old when he began his public ministry, Luke 3:23. Peter was almost certainly an adult. Several disciples were fishermen or tax collectors, occupations normally associated with adults. John may have been relatively young, but this cannot be proven from Scripture. The temple tax argument has led some to suggest that some disciples may have been under 20, but it does not establish that they were under 18. So the answer is there is no biblical proof that many of Jesus' disciples were under 18. At most, there are a few indirect clues that have led some interpreters to speculate that one or more of them may have been relatively young, but the Bible does not tell us their ages. All right.
I was wondering if you'd look something up for me real quick while you
Sure.
got the computer machine fired up.
Computer machine.
Computer machine. Yeah. Could you ask when the practice of setting one prisoner free each year at Passover began?
When did the tradition of setting one slave free after Passover begin?
Prisoner, but fine.
When did the tradition of setting one prisoner free?
Yeah, prisoner, because remember it was Barabbas and Jesus that were the choices.
Okay. After Passover began, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That would be the search.
If you're referring to the custom mentioned during Jesus' trial where Pontius Pilate released one prisoner at Passover, the honest answer is we do not know when it began. The Gospels describe it as an existing custom. Now at the feast the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner whom they would. Matthew 27:15. Now at the feast he had released unto them one prisoner, whomsoever they desired. Mark 15:6. Ye have a custom that I should release unto you one prisoner at the Passover. John 18:39. Notice that the Gospels simply state that it was a custom. They do not explain when or how it originated. Is there historical evidence outside the Bible? There is no surviving Jewish or Roman source that tells us when this custom began or that it explicitly describes a regular Passover prisoner release. I should probably let the fucking
Well, don't. Oh yeah, but
Fuck you,
don't
Brandon.
Don't stop. Just go to the different views.
All right. Where were we?
Different views. Yeah.
Many historians say the custom cannot be independently verified because no extant writings from Flavius Josephus, Philo of Alexandria, or Roman legal texts mention it. Other scholars argue that it is historically plausible because Roman governors sometimes granted acts of clemency during public festivals to maintain goodwill and public order, even if this specific Passover custom is not recorded elsewhere. Could Pilate have done this? Yes, Roman governors had the authority to pardon prisoners, and there are examples elsewhere in Roman world of clemency being shown on special occasions or festivals. That doesn't prove that there was an annual Passover custom in Judea, but it makes the gospel account historically plausible. So when did it start? We simply don't know. The earliest record we have of the custom is the four Gospels during the trial of Jesus around 30 to 33 AD. No surviving source tells us whether it had existed for years, decades, or was an occasional practice under Roman prefects.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Brandon.
So what is what were you hoping or expecting to see?
You had the AI search engine up, and the question popped in my mind. I figured since there was like a few more years before the temple fell and all that, there would be records somewhere of other prisoners or this custom existing other than this one time in Judea.
Interesting.
Or maybe under Pontius Pilate. Maybe everywhere he went, he did a thing. But I just, when it says there's no records of it of any other time, it seems like this was a special occasion. And remember yesterday when I asked you, you said there was a triumphal entry and all the Jews were hailing him as the Messiah. but then 3 days later, without even giving him a chance to do anything, they turn on him and demand that Barabbas be released and suggest that this was an annual custom. It just seems sketch.
Interesting. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose, can't say I know the answer.
Yeah, he touched on it last night. They kind of missed, you know what I mean? And then there's like two messiahs, like been Joseph, I think, and what's the other one, being David or something. Some of the rabbis that wrote about that too. So,
what are you talking about? Like in the Talmud, you mean?
well, you're talking about how, like, they like how Will talked about how he should fulfill it by coming back to do the war things or whatever for him, you know. Do you remember that last night? I think it was last night.
I remember that. What's in the Talmud precisely, or exactly that you're referencing?
Where like there's some of the rabbis do some commentary where, like, you know, they couldn't figure out, like, you know, it seemed like there was two messiahs, like one of Ben Joseph and one of, I think, is it Ben David, the other one?
You know, I'm so glad you brought that up, because you say Ben Joseph. I'm assuming you mean Jesus's dad, because Ben is son of, right? Like,
you're such a nerd the way you talk, Will.
this is more important than anything you could possibly say, Numi. All right, so are we saying that he's known as Ben Joseph in this writing?
Well, yeah, I mean, they had
Yeshua Ben Yosef.
Yeah, they had there is commentary where they, like, you know, had a little trying to figure out, you know, about
let me
that.
ask you, let me ask you a question. What bloodline must the Messiah be from? What tribe?
He's from Texas, Sacramento.
Please.
Me.
What tribe must? I bet Smokey knows. Smokey,
what? Judah, right?
Judah. Yes. So Joseph might have been from Judah, right? But is Joseph related to Jesus biologically?
Nope.
So then, where does the connection? Excuse me. Wait. Where does the connection to the tribe of Judah fall when we're talking of Jesus? Because Mary was from Mary and Elizabeth were from the line of Aaron. That's a Levitical line. That's from the tribe of Levi.
I think they actually cross over if you read genealogy.
I think we could look at it. I'm happy to look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to study up and check up on it. I'm just going with it, memory.
As far as I can tell, there's no.
Freeman's happy to look at it.
What do you envy so much, Numi? What are you envious of?
Years and years, you're still looking at it, William. When are you going to accept it?
When there's evidence for it, sir.
There's evidence all around you. You're alive, aren't you?
I know. Look at the trees. Look at the trees.
I do not get the perception that Will is just like being one of those atheists that just like want to like not believe it no matter what. I think he's legitimately searching for the truth.
Do you know about the vanilla bean, William Freeman? Tell him all about the vanilla bean, Brando.
Tell him all
Listen,
about it.
There's nothing. We've already been over this. I don't care what.
It doesn't matter how much evidence we give you. You're hard-headed, hard-hearted. You're never going to listen, no matter what anyone.
It's like the old saying. The atheists like, what evidence would convince you? And they're like, convincing evidence. You know, so I understand that.
There is no evidence that could convince you. What are you asking for?
Well, then why
you've never provided any evidence? Numi, you've never provided any evidence. All you've provided is a cringy sales pitch. That's all you've ever provided.
Fucking stupid four-eyed fucking guttered rat.
Let him have the vanilla bean, Brandon.
Yeah, as far I mean, you know, they know the little melon. Here, I'll just do the video.
Yeah, when in doubt, just play a YouTube video to explain.
What are we
yourself.
talking about?
Hold on, let me find this.
Talking about God and believing in shit.
The best thing to
and
do
you need to
is
get
use
right with Christ,
ChatGPT.
William, you stupid fuck.
I just heard there was a video coming, and
so
I wanted to know.
My buddy Brandon. Okay, he uses ChatGPT.
Why are you mocking him for looking up and doing research? What the fuck are you doing? No, seriously, Numi.
ChatGPT if it believes in God.
I don't. Please, I don't. Evolution does not prove Yahweh, whether it does or does not meet factual requirements. It does not prove Yahweh is the God. I'm sorry.
Exploration films. Do.
But I did want to touch on one thing that if I forgot, like you were all the time at question, Brandon, and so I forgot exactly what it was, but I think that's one of the biggest evidences for me is the typology of Jesus. He's all in the Old Testament.
No, well, pick one. I'm happy to go in with that if you want to. If
I
you
mean,
want to
Jonah
choose
and the
one.
whale, Jonah and the whale. I mean, you know what I mean? The typology of Jesus there. Isaac.
Tell me about that.
Sacrificed.
Choose one.
Well, or Isaac, you know what I mean? Being sacrificed is their typology. I mean, there's just so many typologies of Jesus in the Old Testament.
Spider.
Even the ark, you know, and the
I can hear you.
Noah's Ark, the
Don't
door,
tell
Jesus,
Brandon
the
there's no
door.
sound, okay?
You know what I mean?
Don't tell
Actually,
him.
there's arguments there's videos and arguments to be made that he's like, but some people say, you know, in almost every book, you know, in some way, some form. If you really start looking,
So
the more
you don't
read it, you'll
feel
start
you don't
seeing
feel like the
it.
typology
Maybe I'm biased
is,
and I see it more, but
you
go
don't
ahead.
you don't feel like using typology when it comes to messianic prophecies is special pleading.
Really, no. I mean, when it's pretty clear, like I know you think that some of it could have been written like self-fulfilled after the fact, you know, which that's an argument.
No, let me try this. Let me try this, Chris. If we had a system here, and we do in America for driving, that you had to meet certain qualifications in order to get your driver's license, would it be cool if you just came in and signed your name and just said, "Look, I'll prove that I can drive," you know, later? Would you trust that person to be a good driver without them proving that they could drive?
Do you have any more questions?
No,
doesn't
no.
know to drive except.
But that, you know, I use that analogy a lot. Like if you trust somebody, you know what I mean. Like you're gonna get in the car with them, you know what I mean. You have to trust that they're not gonna slam you into a tree, you know what I mean. So if you get in the car with them, you're automatically at least trusting them that they're not gonna slam you into a tree and kill you. You know what I mean. There's some form of trust out there. Automatically, just get in the car.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that you're not a driver, a licensed driver here until you pass certain tests, and you're not the Messiah unless you do certain things, right? And so I always ask believers, which prophecy did Jesus fulfill completely and accurately while he was here?
He came to life after he died.
All of them.
Which prophecy did that fulfill?
Do you know anybody else who came alive after they died?
Which prophecy did that fulfill?
You're under the impression that like you don't take the suffering. You think the suffering servant that is Israel. You totally believe that.
I do believe that. I do believe that.
I just
so anyway.
I just told him he rose from the dead, and he's just like dismissing it.
Numi, what prophecy does rising from the dead fulfill in the Old Testament, please?
That he is God.
The rising from the dead.
No. See, a prophecy tells you a thing is going to happen. Like Brandon says, God calls his shots.
In the Old Testament, God referred to the dead rising.
Okay. Where? Show me the verse. Show me the verse.
Times.
We don't have to show
you nerd.
Okay,
we showed you enough. We just care about you.
This is why your evidence.
And then the Passover lamb, and then Jesus becomes the Passover lamb, and none of his bones broke. I mean, it's just there's a lot of typology, man.
You're like the typical guy that would question the word evidence and ask evidence to prove evidence. Okay,
Numi, I appreciate your ideas on the matter. Thank you. I'll take them
into
consideration.
He wants concrete. He doesn't want like imagery or vague, or he wants concrete.
It's impossible.
You know,
he doesn't have
like God
you would
saying,
agree.
I'm going to do X on X date, and this is going to happen. And
Chris, you would agree that you guys think this is a very important matter and it should be well considered, right?
It is important, but not the way you're
I just think it builds credibility. I mean, you know, it just more piece of the puzzle to me.
It's important, but it's not important to dismiss it like you're doing, sir.
So
I'm not dismissing it offhand.
Can I play this video?
To what end?
Just so we get it over with.
What is it going to prove, Brandon?
Yeah, what's it going to prove?
Like you're bringing evolution up again. Like how would that help the case for Jesus?
Dude, I 10 years ago, the atheists had the market cornered on this on the internet, or maybe longer than that now, 15, 16 years ago. And you'd get on here and like, you know, evolution, you couldn't challenge it, you know. But it's not the same anymore, man, because people are catching up. They're finding the holes in evolution.
I'll
So-
grant you creationism, and that still won't prove Jesus. It won't.
No, I'm not saying it does.
Don't tell him
Yeah.
the sound doesn't work, okay? All right, go
You
ahead,
know what,
Brandon.
William? One of these days, you're gonna have to step out off the internet. Go fucking get down to your local trailer park. On a Friday night. Okay, there'll be a couple of guys standing around. They'll fucking show you the real way. Okay, William, you need to shut your fucking trap.
There's two
Get your
types of
fucking mind
atheists, you
right.
know.
I think you're
Stop
on to
being
something. I better
intellectually
go.
Well, I think you're
lazy.
more agnostic though, but there's two types of atheists. You know, some that are like hard,
son of a bitch,
hardcore atheists. You know that you know, and
Where
then
the
you
fuck
just have
did
to
he
get
go?
those. You have to do work to get those just to believe, you know, in an intelligent designer, and then you can go from there. You know what I mean? And I think you're more
he went to the
agnostic.
trailer park.
You know what atheism is? It's a bunch of questions. They're just a bunch of question marks. Everything's a fucking question with them.
But I think atheists are, most of them are honest when they, you know, I don't think they're like just not wanting to believe. I think they're
You know,
just not
fucking
convinced.
atheists are stupid and fucking dumb. They don't even fucking know anything. They think
And
they're
a lot of people will
smart.
say, "Oh,
No, actually,
Jesus
they're
hasn't
usually
fulfilled any prophecy."
mostly and pretty intelligent. Most of the
I like this
atheists. There are
guy.
some dumb ones that make dumb arguments, but so do Christians. So.
Dumb arguments, but they're smart.
So I like this guy because he's a Jew that, you know, believes in Jesus and his So Be It channel. So anyway.
And that kind of blows my mind a little bit.
Evolution,
because
Big
let's say
Mama,
this.
evolution does not
Micah
have more
5:2
evidence than evidence. It's,
says, "But you,
it's just the
Bethlehem Ephratah,
opposite.
though you are
That's
small
why
among
they're
the
looking
clans
for
of
the
Judah,
third way. They're
out of you
looking
will
for
come
another
for
model.
me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from old, from ancient times." And this is considered a messianic prophecy. So Jesus was born in Bethlehem. So if the Messiah is supposed to be born in Bethlehem, you could say at least he's fulfilled one of those prophecies. So you can't say Jesus hasn't fulfilled any prophecy.
Right.
And a lot of people will say, "Oh, Jesus hasn't fulfilled."
Will Freeman fucked off.
Yeah, he couldn't fucking take the heat, Numi. He was fucking, you were getting close to maybe getting him to believe and shit, and he was just like, "No, man, I gotta get out of here. I'm feeling the Holy Spirit right now."
Yeah.
He's just annoying, man. 3 years ago, okay, he's in a failed marriage, okay? His wife took his kid, everything, all that shit. 3 years ago,
Man,
his
you
advice.
keep up with everybody's wife and kids, and it's too much, man. It's too much.
So
Just
why
leave
did
that stuff
Will
out.
leave?
What?
Why did Will leave?
His
He might have
fucking
just dropped
phone
or something.
died.
Oh,
He
listen,
would
man.
have said,
The guy lost his wife, he lost his kids, he lost everything.
"What's
3
that
years
got to do
ago,
anything?"
I'm telling you, 3 years ago, he was convincing me to just leave my wife and say fuck off and just don't care and just move on and all this shit. And he's all pissed off that I didn't listen to his satanic advice. You don't understand. I can't abandon my wife. But
Well,
he
I
was
mean, you could have
encouraging
been
me.
moved on by now. I mean, look what happened with
I could have
prophecy
been,
later.
right? But that's the world, right? That's how William thinks. That's how
God
you think.
wanted you. God knew that you were going to get a divorce, you know,
Yeah, but
before you were
Numi
even
also
born.
during that time Will did also tell you things to do that you needed to change
No,
and prove on
why did
yourself.
I mention
He
that?
didn't just.
Why did I mention that? Is because it's one man in a failed, fucked up situation telling another man how to fix his life.
He just give you some of his own experience, probably, man.
But why the fuck would I listen to him, man? And he blames me for not listening to him.
Why
He's
would you
godless.
listen to an
Your
atheist?
marriage did
He's
fail, though.
godless. He's familyless. He's wifeless, and I gotta listen to this guy. Come on, man, Chris. Why are you defending these retards?
And Will can defend himself. I'm not defending him. I'm just
So
stating
what
the
are you
facts.
saying? I should have listened to this guy. He doesn't believe in God.
Think that,
No,
yeah.
All
I'm saying
right.
he also tried to help
I'm
you.
gonna
He tried to tell you things that you need to do. He always told you need to, like, start
Well,
eating better
a lot
and
of
things like
religious Jews
that.
don't like to hear about this one, but Isaiah 53 is like the king of all prophecies. Starting in Isaiah 52, going through Isaiah 53, back in the biblical days, there weren't chapters and verses, but Isaiah 52 and 53, where it talks about the servant of the Lord as a singular human being who will be high and lifted up. And those terms in Hebrew are only used in the book of Isaiah for God himself.
Here, I'll be
so
right
52
back.
talks about the suffering and glory of the servant. See, my servant will act wisely. He will be raised and lifted up, highly exalted. And those, like I said before, those are the terms that are used specifically for God himself in the book of Isaiah. And so that's kind of telling right there that you couldn't use that terminology for the people of Israel, because at that time, the people of Israel were in sin and they were exiled for their transgressions against God.
I'm going to follow up a question that the rabbis say that's the land, that's the people of Israel.
Right.
Have you known the explanation where it says that it can't be the people of Israel? Because in the beginning of Isaiah, he keeps telling us how the people of Israel have been.
Right in the first verse of Isaiah, it talks about, if people who think that the New Testament is anti-Semitic because of its language towards the Jewish people, listen to the Old Testament here. Hear me, you heavens, listen, earth, for the Lord has spoken. I reared children and brought them up, but they have rebelled against me. The ox knows its master, the donkey its own manger, but Israel does not know, my people do not understand. Woe to the sinful nation, a people whose guilt is great, a brood of evildoers, children given to corruption. They have forsaken the Lord. So when we look at passages like this, people will look at the New Testament and say, oh, it's calling the Jews a brood of vipers, children of the devil. It's language that mirrors the Old Testament language. So the New Testament can't be anti-Semitic because this is a Jewish family dispute. And so the people of Israel are in exile for their waywardness against God.
So it can't be them.
But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him. And by his wounds, we are healed. We all like sheep have gone astray. Each of us has turned our own way, and the Lord has laid upon him the iniquity of us all. So we all like sheep have gone astray. Each of us has turned to our own way is talking about the people of Israel here who have gone their own way and turned against God and worshiped idols. And the Lord laid on him
a separate identity.
The iniquity of us all. So the biggest argument, I think, one of the biggest arguments with regards to these passages are, well, they're the servant songs, and leading up to chapter 53, it talks about Israel as the servant of God. And yes, Israel is mentioned as the servant of God, but there's also talking about another servant from within the nation of Israel here that's going to be able to be an atonement for the sinful nation.
And it just plays out perfectly with
I think it's interesting
and how he was beaten and how he was taking upon himself the sin of the world,
right.
And how people.
You're fine.
What was it?
I think it's interesting how what did Jesus quote in the cross? Psalm 22, I believe it was.
Yep.
And so he's basically on the cross, and they're there, and he's quoting basically, for that's how they did back then. They didn't, like we have a Bible that we're with verses lined out and all that, but they were memorized scripture. So when he quoted that, I don't think he's necessarily, asking God why forsake him. He's just pointing them back to that, saying, look back to your scripture. You know what I mean? You should recognize, you know what I mean? You should know what's going on here.
He constantly sat there and told them, ye do err, not knowing the scripture,
Yeah.
the power of God. You guys love your religion and your traditions, but you have no love for God. You don't even know his word. That's why Jesus over and over again, when he sat there and told them straight to their face, when they asked him, why don't your disciples wash their hands and all of that, before they were eating corn, and he said something like, why would they fast when the bridegroom is with them? So right there, if they would have known their scriptures, he just claimed to be the bridegroom. Only God can be the bridegroom. They didn't catch it because they don't know their scripture.
No, I mean, even to his last breath, he was trying to wake them up and, you know what I mean? Save us all at the last second, or that's the way I feel about that.
Exactly.
I had to run and grab smokes. Did we land on the Jesus was grooming teens thing, or where we at with that?
Yeah, no, it said there's no evidence for that.
There's a lot of evidence for it. I think what happens is you ask ChatGPT, and if ChatGPT doesn't have something explicit, like it just kind of is like, no, there's nothing explicit that says that. I don't think it's really dealing with the arguments. That was only one of the arguments, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, as far as
By the way, you do know it was typical in that day for rabbis to take on students 13 to 15 years, right? That was like a common thing.
yeah, as far as 13.
So it wouldn't have been non-normative for Jesus to pick out teens.
Yeah, I don't think if they were,
James
I
and
mean, it'd be a
John
big
were
deal.
fishing with their dad. They weren't running their own boat or their own business. Peter was the only one mentioned that had a wife. None of the others had wives or kids that are mentioned, which would have been, according to the oral law of the time, normative to get married by the age of 18 or 20. So they were expected basically to do that in the oral law, but none of them were yet. And then also John was the last apostle to die. John the Revelator, he was the last apostle to die. That was 60 years after Christ's death. So how old could he have possibly been when he was walking with Christ? He would have had to be in his teens.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I always in my mind pictured them being just a little bit older, maybe they're 20, later 20s or something. But yeah,
I think there's lots of evidence that these were young teen men. I think, and by the way, it's not like this was non-normative for the time. Rabbis took on students around their mid-teens all the time. 13 to 15 was a good age to start studying under a rabbi. It's still done today.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as far as
it makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, the bar mitzvah and everything. They have that celebration when they turn 13 because they're going to be held
13 is recognized socially as the age of general accountability. 20, I think, is recognized as the age of like awareness and personal responsibility. And then 30 is the age of ultimate accountability where you can begin ministry and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Jewish tradition. Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time believing Jesus was grooming kids.
Yeah, well, but I mean, there's nothing non-normative about Jesus having teenage disciples. That would have been.
Man. Yeah.
And it fits all the timelines and the expectations of them not being mentioned having any families of their own. I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's lots of chains of argument. It's not like just one. And ChatGPT is like, well, there's nothing explicit. Like, okay, well, whatever. I just wanted to. Okay.
That doesn't mean there isn't arguments.
I mean, it's just you look at the way these people are described as Jesus is even finding them, or how even they operate, and he even refers to them constantly as children. My little children. That type thing. Like he has there seems to be a very patriarchal relationship going on here, more than just what I'm saying, like the typical.
Listen to how sick and twisted this guy.
Well, there's nothing sick and twisted about it. There's nothing sick and twisted about it.
Yes, children refers to innocence. Okay, that's why it says you have to be childlike to come to Christ, not a fucking hard-headed asshole like
I mean,
you.
he's not like doing that really necessarily negative. He's just laying out there. They were.
I'm not even. At any point did I say there's anything wrong with this? At any point have I said there's anything wrong with this?
You're trying to point out how Jesus is grooming kids or whatever. I don't know what.
He chose teens as his disciples, probably for his own specific reasons. And by the way, the argument of them all visiting the temple and then giving the temple tax, unless you want to argue that Jesus violated his own law by not having the others contribute to the temple tax, that's a bad argument. They were all traveling together.
Right.
Okay. They were all due the temple tax. Unless you want to say Jesus was fiddling and fudging, the own law to violate his own law that he instantiated. You got a problem.
Brainwash Chris Keith with your bullshit? I feel like Chris Keith is starting to conform to
What are
your
you talking about, man? They kept a purse sack for taxes and things.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with the disciples being teens. What is wrong with that?
What are you talking about? He just laid a good argument for why they were probably younger. And I don't see anything
He
wrong
doesn't
with it.
believe in God, Chris Keith. Do not agree with anything.
I gave several arguments. Multiple. That temple tax one was just the strongest first one.
I didn't necessarily say that they had to be young. I'm just saying that he's laid out a decent argument.
I would say this: the evidence stands that it is more likely they were teenager than not. That's the only argument. I'm not saying definitively, explicitly they absolutely were or weren't. I'm saying based upon the preponderance of evidence, I think it's more reasonable to believe they were teens than not. That's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. To be clear again, there's nothing wrong with that.
Point? What
And
the
he never
fuck
said
is
there
your
was.
point, man? What is your
You
point?
you took grooming and you took grooming as like grooming like little kids to
What is your
the way
point?
we look
What is your
today.
Smokey did fucking crack a joke about it.
Well, it is kind of, well, I mean, it is, I mean, technically in the definition of grooming, it would classify, but that would apply to every rabbi. I'm clearly being a little bit hyperbolic here. I mean, clearly.
Yes.
Like in today's terms, though, I look at grooming like you're like, you're grooming somebody.
That's sexual grooming, and that's
like
clearly not
grooming.
what I'm talking about. That's sexual grooming, and that's not what I'm talking about.
There you go. Solve that. 'Cause I think that's where Numi was going with it.
Well, you know, this guy is a pedo, right? Like, what the fuck? Why would he say that? Like, what is the point of this argument, Smokey?
I came in at a weird time.
It's just because there are lots of misconceptions narratively that a lot of people don't think about the evidence and arguments to things that they've just been taught or just generally arbitrarily accepted. This is one of those things. These weren't some old decrepit men. You know, these were at best young men who were interested in their lineage and their truth, and Jesus found them and selected them knowing that they would be able to handle the incredible weight of apostleship.
I gotta hire a private investigator to follow you around.
John very well, the apostle, the last to die, John very well may has been as young as like 13. He very well may have been.
Motherfucker.
Now, I don't know about you, Numi, but when I was like 15, 16, I was working. I was responsible.
So they say
back in that time.
Mark was like the young boy or something like that was wearing nothing but a loincloth or something. They went to grab him and he ran away naked or something like that. You know, I mean, there were young men in his company. It just is what it is. I mean,
are you listening to this crock of shit?
Who are you talking to, Numi?
All of you.
Yes, no, we are listening every time.
I haven't heard him make any argument.
Give a counter argument then.
Of anything sexual nature at all, Numi. I haven't heard him make any argument or claim like that. No,
just
that where you're going with it.
You know,
there is one verse where it says that Peter was naked when they saw the Lord on the beach and everything, and it says Peter was naked, but I don't think he was actually.
Well, when they went out,
I don't remember that. I'm talking about when Jesus was apprehended and they tried to grab. I think they say it was Mark, because he was just like a kid at this time, like 10 or something like that. And they tried to grab him and he ran away. They grabbed him by his loincloth or something because he's near like half naked or whatever. And he like fleed them. He ran away and left the cloth in their hands and ran away naked.
Because
a lot of times the fishermen back then and stuff, they would have, you're going to be jumping in the water, doing things. You're going to maybe just have like one of those wrap things they had, like a tear suit, but
the salt farmers. Look at how the salt farmers dress. They just wear a fucking loincloth. They go out there and dive in the water and pull up those big heavy ass buckets. Yeah.
It wouldn't be no big deal.
It's not like that one. There's that one fucking scholastic guy, I forget his name, he's a bald-headed guy. He's a weird motherfucker. He'll twist the text into some weird shit, like Jesus having some homosexual rendezvous or some nonsense. Really crazy nonsense.
Yeah, here it is, John 21:7. Therefore that disciple whom Jesus loved saith unto Peter, it is the Lord. Now when Simon Peter heard that it was the Lord, he girt his fisher's coat unto him, for he was naked, and did cast himself into the sea.
No shit, there it is. You'll probably fishing naked. I mean, back then. I mean, what the fuck? Why not, right?
You know what I mean?
Times are a little different back then. They're not, you know what I mean? We have this.
I don't think he was actually. I think the Bible is like he was wearing a Speedo like Dave and shit.
That's what I'm saying, like a tear suit. That's what I just said, They do that now even when they're fishing. You go out there and look. You know what I mean? They get out there and they put that little thing on.
Dave fishes in that tear swimsuit all the time. That makes sense.
Yeah, but you know, because I mean, you know, Peter just sitting there with his fucking dong out. That's
Yeah.
that would be
Yeah, but they didn't. But remember, Brandon, they didn't have modesty. They didn't have modesty standards like we do today. In fact, in the West, the West sexualizes breasts in ways that many other traditional cultures don't. You know, the mammaries of a woman are not generally considered in many cultures a sexual organ, which is why there's no need to really ever cover them up because there's no arousal attributed to it. This is. You know, there was a time in Europe where a woman flashing her ankles was erotic. You know, I mean, this is just, you know, this is just how cultures work, you know.
And if they went and got into the pools and things like that, the wash or whatever, you know what I mean? They're probably gonna
Yeah,
strip
but
down, you know.
the Bible sits there and goes over, you know, I don't want you seeing your mother naked, your sister naked.
Yeah, but that's a euphemism, Brandon. You know that. That's a euphemism.
Is it?
It is. Of course it is. That's a euphemism. They don't want you fucking your family. That's all it is.
Well,
it's a euphemism. That's what they used to say. Uncover the nakedness of your family member means you're banging them. That's what it means. It's a euphemism.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yeah, look it up. It does. That is what it
does.
I went
all
to
of those
seminary.
verses. All of those verses are talking about not fucking your family members.
Yeah, dude, these people lived in communal camps and tents. People saw each other naked all the fucking time. Clearly, it can't be that. Okay, clearly. Come on, be real. They'd go do communal bathing at the river. People saw each other naked all the time, dude.
That's well documented.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you talking about? How do you think these people lived?
Stop, Chris Keith.
Do you think they had like a 5-bedroom house and everyone had their own private bath? Come on, man, be real.
I'm warning you right now, Chris Keith. You fucking better stop tonight, okay? You're not going to encourage this fucking behavior. Enough.
What in the fuck is wrong with anything I'm saying?
You're the only one that's been encouraging talking about sex and shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
I
the
mean,
fuck
it
you're
never
on
went
with.
sexual until you put it there.
Hubert,
smoking never went anything sexual with any of this ever.
Like
you
you're
just
the
laid the
only one
argument
that
out there. They were probably younger, which nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Like you said, that one good argument that you know that he knew Jesus might have known that they were going to need to live on, and they would need to be young so they could live on. You know what I mean? To a certain point.
They had a long ministry to accomplish. Of course, they wanted to pick them young. Absolutely.
Wait, so are we saying that the disciples were children? Is that what we were on?
Teens.
Well, I mean, it's.
He said some of them were teens. Maybe.
Arguably, most of them, except
Back
for Peter,
then,
between
16
the
was
age.
probably not a child.
Other than Peter, the other 11 were likely between the ages of 13 and 19. Likely.
Yeah, I mean I think that's common knowledge, though, isn't it?
I think back to when I was 16, man, I think I was just as much as a man of them now. You know what I mean?
Christopher Keith, excuse
there
you.
are some
I've
people that
known this
aren't.
for years. It just doesn't normally come up. It just kind of came up tonight.
It's not common knowledge.
I got a big cock.
Well,
As
I
far
asked
as I knew.
ChatGPT. Here's what I asked ChatGPT. Is there proof that many of Jesus' disciples were?
See, why do you say proof? Why do you say proof? Why do you do it like that?
What do you want me? What do you want me to say?
You say is there evidence? Is there scholarly evidence that the disciples were teens?
Is there
scholarly evidence that the disciples of Jesus were teens?
I know from what I was taught, I know Mark was the youngest disciple, but to the age we don't really know exact.
Well, yeah, and John was the last disciple to die 60 years after Jesus, so Mark had to be even younger than that. So we have to be dealing with people in their teens. We just have to.
And John was pretty old when he died. I mean,
Is this a suitable question? Is there scholarly evidence many of Jesus' disciples were under 18? Is that an acceptable question?
I would frame it more like, were they teens, not under 18? That's because, again, adulthood there was under 20.
Wants you to frame it in a way where the
here's the thing.
Groomer. Okay, this is what he's trying to do.
I just gave 5 or 6 evidences. Okay, I've heard no refutations, no counter arguments. Now, if you want to ask ChatGPT to give the evidences I already
Just
gave,
ask their likely ages.
fine. But
ChatGPT doesn't know,
otherwise,
dude. Nobody knows. You're just pretending like you know.
He knows what the scholars are
I'm
saying.
saying the evidence stands stronger to one proposition than the other. This is
Based
what I'm
on
arguing.
what you think.
I'm not arguing proof. I'm not arguing anything explicit. I'm saying the chains of evidence provided show that most likely they were teenagers. That's all I'm saying.
Run it, Brandon. Ask what their likely ages are, or ask if they were teens. Just
All
to
right.
see what it says.
So I asked that question. It said the short answer is no. There's no scholarly consensus for strong historical evidence that many of Jesus' disciples were teenagers. There are arguments that some may have been young, but the evidence is indirect and speculative. So now, what do you want me to ask?
That's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. Again, that's a non-answer, but that's fine. There's no refutation. I gave 5 or 6 chains of
Did you
argument.
ask it? What did you ask it? What do you think? What does it say that?
And
What
by the
does
way,
the scholars believe the likely ages were?
real quick, why does ChatGPT think I give a flying fornicated shit about consensus?
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I'll ask the other question.
Here's the thing. There are arguments
Ask it what do you
and there are
think the likely
refutations.
ages were. What does it
There are
think the likely
arguments and there
ages
were
were?
refutations. Okay, I gave at least 4 or 5 different arguments that most likely everyone except Peter were under the age of 20. Okay, if there's no refutation of the arguments, that's fine, but that just is what it is, and just ambiguous claims of like, well, there's no actual proof or consensus. That's not an answer. That's not an answer to any of my arguments.
That's fine.
The honest answer is that we don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Oh my
that's the
God.
understanding.
Did I just not finish saying like we don't know for certain that I say the evidence? You know what? Forget it. You know what? Just fucking forget it. You know what? I'm not going to debate fucking the goddamn AI all fucking night. You know what? Forget it.
Yeah, the evidence points to. You're a fucking numbskull, fucking retard, fuck for brains, and I feel so sorry for that man, woman that you call your wife. Okay,
where's your fucking wife?
That poor child, man. My wife is an adult. She's not a minor. Okay. You fucking
No,
asshole.
I didn't know 25 was a minor. That's brilliant, Numi.
Didn't accept.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah, anyway.
Also, if I can correct myself, it wasn't Mark that was the youngest. John is considered to be the youngest of the.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think it is.
Hubert, shut the fuck up.
Numi, suck my dick from the fucking back, and why don't you shut the fuck up? You've
ginger-
contributed
you're
nothing
ginger
to this
balls.
conversation.
You're
Dude, you've
fucking ginger
contributed nothing to this conversation other than sex.
You're
assuming
fucking
that's what we were
retarded, man.
talking
Shut the fuck up,
All
you
right,
fucking
buddy.
weirdo.
That's why your fucking kids left you.
Hugh,
Yeah,
are
my
you
kids left me.
You don't have any kids.
Oh, apparently the kids left me.
What's up, Chris? What's up, Brandon?
I said, are you a redhead?
Yeah.
Yes, I am a redhead.
Nice.
Fucking ginger balls.
Whatever, dude. At least I used to be a redhead when I was a kid. Now it seems like it's getting dark and then now going gray.
That's that Irish in you.
Yeah.
We have a little Scottish in you too.
Had a little fucking orange afro when I was a kid, boy. So. Well, shoot, fellas, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, me too.
Call it early night tonight.
It's garbage day today. I gotta take out the trash. I gotta throw Smokey in there with it. It's fucking good.
Okay, I'll tell you what, you dumb fat fuck. How about this? Why don't you give me one argument from the text that the apostles, other than Peter, were over 20? Because I gave 4 or 5 that they were under. So you
Why
give me
does it
one.
matter to you,
You give me
pedo?
one.
Why are you so
give me
obsessed with
one.
this?
Give me one argument from the text to battle the 4 or 5 I brought up that show that the apostles, other than Peter, were over 20. Give me one. Just give me anything.
Why does it matter, dude?
He ain't got one, dude. Give me a break.
It doesn't matter.
So in
It
other
doesn't
words,
matter.
you don't want to contribute to anything to the conversation other than stupid shit.
I already told him nobody knows. He's just pretending like he knows. Nobody knows. No, neither ChatGPT.
He never said he knew. He never said he knew for sure, man.
He thinks he knows.
He's just saying it's from
The
what he's.
evidence points to, I know what he said. He's full of shit. This guy's full of shit. He just pretends like he's smart. He is full of shit. He is full of fucking shit.
I think you'd have to be kind of smart to be able to pretend to be smart, to be honest.
Not really, man. You're just full of shit. You're a good pretender.
All right, you pretend to be smart right now, then.
You're a fucking actor. I am smart.
He said you pretend to be smart, then that was actually funny. I'll be right back.
I can't believe you're trying to brainwash all my friends into not believing God. You even
How
started
would that not be
brainwashing this
believing in
guy.
God? There's not a verse that says he's not contradicting. Jesus is not saying that there were 25, and he's like saying no, that's wrong.
Like
He's not
your potions have worked on Chris Keith too. Like he's worshiping you.
Don't believe in God now all of a sudden because
No,
what?
now you believe in Smokey Saint. Whatever Smokey says,
Anyone
you
that
have to
agrees
defend.
with me, anyone that agrees with me on anything,
I just simply recognize that he made a good point. You know what I mean? We don't know the ages. That's the ultimate answer, but he
I
made a good point that there.
said we don't know. He's pushing that he does know.
He didn't say he knows for sure. Did you ever say you know for sure, Smokey? I don't think he did.
Okay, look, I've given 4 or 5 arguments that they were under the age of 20. I've heard 0 arguments to the contrary. I think the closest Brandon got was something about maybe Matthew, the tax collector, and generally you'd expect that to be an adult position, but that's not definitive nor necessary for someone to be over the age of 20 to be taking up that position. So that's not even standing. That's not even really.
All right, well, let's look at the apostles.
But it was at least something. But it was at
And
least
then the argument where they lived, you know what I mean? They did live, some of them very decades after.
Yeah, they lived 40, 50, 60 years after Jesus.
So if they were
Jesus
30, that'd be their like. Yeah,
And you're talking about a
Jesus
standard.
was only 33 when
You're
he
talking
died.
about a standard.
and rose.
By the way, standard life expectancy at this time at most was usually around 50 to 70, 70 at most. You weren't generally going to live past
33, dummies. Jesus
70
was
was old.
33. So it makes sense if these guys lived after Jesus because he was 33 when he died and rose again.
Exactly, and they were teens, so they were going to outlive him and continue the
know
ministry.
that, man. They could have been in their 30s.
I just gave you 5 or 6 arguments. You've given me
They weren't
nothing
going to
to
be
the
old. I don't
contrary.
think they're going to be older
You've
than
given me
Jesus,
nothing
man.
They
to
could
the
have been the
contrary.
same age
Nothing.
and they could have lived 20
I
years
don't-
after.
They weren't going to be
50 years was
older than
life
Jesus
expectancy.
for sure.
Listen,
They're going to be younger.
life expectancy was 50, you said, right? So if they were in their 30s, they could have lived 20 years after Jesus. What's the problem?
But you missed his argument. Some of them live longer than that. Double that.
Longer than 20 years?
Yeah.
Well, we say the life expectancy is 50, but not everybody died exactly at 50, bro. You know
I said
what I mean?
50 to 70. Even then, you'd still have teens.
No.
Yeah,
because
Newman. Yeah.
No,
that is-
if they were the same age, at 30, they could have lived another until 60, 30
But none of
more
that
years.
makes any sense considering the arguments I gave.
Huh?
Hey, listen here, you fogged up, brain dead, weed saturated fucking retard. Okay. If you can't follow the arguments themselves, you can't refute them. And nothing you have said has refuted a single one of the arguments I've given. In fact, I bet your dumb fucking weed drunk brain can't even repeat one of the arguments I said.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if Jesus was 33 when he died and rose again, if his apostles were the same age,
you're fucking worthless. Your brain is absolutely fucking dead, Newman. You are worthless to the fucking world.
Right. Okay. I don't know how you function in real society, man. Do you talk like this to everybody, like in everyday life, to customers?
My best friend and
to
my wife
colleagues?
will confirm that I do.
That's really weird, man.
Here's one source I'm looking at now. It says until not started, it's deeply strong to suggest that most of the 12 could have been younger than 20 right there. There's only a couple that I've seen
Chris
already. A
Keats,
couple I looked at.
shut the fuck up, man. You want me to teach you a fucking lesson, man?
You ain't teaching me shit, dude.
I told you, not tonight, okay? We're not going to do this tonight.
You've got. I don't think I've got other than tile maybe work. If you do excuse your tile work, I don't think there's much more you're going to teach me.
I'll teach you a lesson, but not tonight.
But you already know how to do tile. It's just I want. I like that herringbone you did. So
I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. You're going to make a lot of money out of this if you listen. Okay? But not tonight. When I have you cornered all to myself and I can have my way with you.
This is sounding odd. As soon as I got you cornered all to myself.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude.
Brandon, you want to go to bed, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to crash for sure.
now you want to go to bed with Brandon.
No, not with me. Talking about me just, going to bed for the night. Not
I'm just doing what he does. You know.
No, I want to go to bed with you.
gross. No, that's
All right. Let's go.
not on my list of shit.
Did you brush your teeth? Your breath stinks.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I was fucking, if I was gonna be sleeping anywhere near you, homie, I would not brush my teeth.
I wouldn't bathe for a week if I had to sleep next to you, just to keep you the fuck away.
He don't care about your Adam's apple either. And if his boys aren't there to help him out, he'll go all the way with you.
You know what I mean? He'll wind up with 3 dicks in his mouth.
Oh man, it's funny.
I just want to fuck. All right.
Wow. Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Well, on that note,
I'm gonna call it a night, fellas.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Thanks for having us in, man.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
All right, go fuck
Appreciate
yourself,
it.
Hubert.
Whatever, man. All right, Newbie.
Catch you later, dude.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
I love you, man. But
Yeah,
listen,
I love you too, Newbie. You have a good night.
you have no chance with the queen.
You think?
No chance.
All
'Cause
right.
I have her number now.
We'll see.
All right, let the best man win. Cheers.
Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, bye. Let's see. Bada boom. Play my shit.
Ye soldiers of the cross, why should ye doubt or fear? You cannot know defeat or loss with Christ our captain near. Stand firm, be not afraid, courageous, not dismayed. For one with God must always win against the host of sin. Lay hold upon the sword, turn not got me patient, heart racing, feeling things I can't hide. The way you move it, girl, you prove it. Everything about you's fire. You got me shaking, no mistaking, baby, you're my one desire. I cross the ocean, pure devotion, just to taste that kind of vibe. You got that sweetness, that weakness, that I need you in my life. Girl, I'm falling, falling, no control, feeling you deeper in my soul. Pull me closer, don't you let go, 'cause you're the only rhythm that I wanna know. 'Cause girl, you got me losing all my self-control. Touch me once and take my soul. I can't fight it, no, no, no. You're my weakness, sweetness dripping from your lips. Pull me in, I taste it clear. Baby, I'm falling, falling for your kiss. Oh, you got a hold on me, something I can't break free. Girl, you're everything I need. Come and take all of me, girl. The way you move is poetry. Every line you trace, it writes my destiny. I'm trying to breathe, but you steal the air. One look from you and I'm laid bare. You got that magic, that tragic, addictive kind, the type that lives forever in a man's mind. I try to walk away, but my pulse won't quit. You pull me back with every curve you twist. Yeah, you're dangerous, too dangerous to resist, but I keep coming back, hoping you'll grant me one wish. Just say the word, girl, and I'm all in. Your touch is the place where my world begins. 'Cause girl, you got me losing all my self-control. Touch me once and take my soul. I can't fight it, no, no, no. You're my weakness, sweetness dripping from your lips. Pull me in, I taste it clear. Baby, I'm falling, falling for your kiss. So you got a hold on me, something I can't break free. Girl, you're everything I need. Come and take all of me, all of me. Yeah, you got a hold on me, you got a hold on me. Every breath, every beat you see, falling so endless. Can't escape the way you pull me in, pull me in, pull me in again. You're my fire, my sweetest sin. Girl, you got a hold on